Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the presentation ceremony for Wednesday, May 18th. It's approximately 5:07 p.m. We have Vice Mayor Faircloth, presentation to MDC Dream Team. Vice Mayor.
Come on. Good evening, everyone. I am excited to be standing alongside of some very talented children in our community that truly have a heart to serve. They call themselves the Dream Team, and we'll allow their sponsor, Mr. Kevin Moore, to talk to us about the Dream Team and the role that they have played in our city. I have had the privilege to work alongside of them at farm share events. I've spoken before them at Miami-Dade College. And from what I understand, they have collectively amassed about 2,000 hours of community service. Any event that the city of Homestead has, you will find the Dream Team there, but their fearless leader, Mr. Kevin Moore. So I thought it was very appropriate and fitting to recognize the Dream Team for their service to the Homestead community. Mr. Kevin Moore?
Thank you very much, Ms. Vice Mayor. Dream Team was founded at the Homestead campus of Miami-Dade College. We started with a group of American Dream Scholarship winners, and their idea back in 2013 was the community has been so generous to us in supporting our education, we want to also give back to the community. And so ever since then, actually since 2013, about 6,000 hours of service and about $8,000 worth of fundraising activities we've been involved with, most of it going locally. We've also been involved with pretty much the Rotary Club here, the food kitchen, the soup kitchen, the Homestead Food Pantry, the South Dade Labor Camp, about 15, 16 different agencies we've been involved in serving, and we really appreciate that you took the notice of that, and thank you so much for inviting us here today.
So on behalf of our mayor, Mr. Jeff Porter, and members of the council and the community, we thank you so much for your service to the community. The city of Homestead salutes you. Should they come down some? Did you get a nice shot?
Actually, I think everyone can come here. That's it. Maybe make it 2 rows. Let's do,
2 rows.
Vice Mayor in the center.
Me in the center, Kevin in the center. Wait, let me hide this. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have your group here? For our next presentation, I am honored to stand alongside of a colleague council member from Cutler Bay and Director of Governmental Affairs for the YMCA, Ms. Sue Lozoyo, and some bright kids here from our community. These students participate in the Youth in Government program, and about 3 years ago, I met with then Executive Director Peyton Toon and talked to him about programming for our middle and high school students because I felt that there was a gap in services for that particular sector in our community. So he mentioned to me the Youth in Government program that was founded many years ago, and I asked him to bring that program to the city of Homestead. And we have supported this program financially for the past 2-3 years by way of a small portion from our general fund and our community development block grant. It started at Homestead Senior High School. I believe it expanded to South Dade Middle School and to Homestead Middle School. So Sue Lozelle was with these kids at a huge event in Tallahassee because they pretended to be state representatives and debate and defend their bills in Tallahassee. So Sue, talk to us a little bit about the success of this program this year, hopefully encourage council to support it for next year.
Okay, thank you so much. We truly appreciate you. We have 2 more members. If they could please, traffic was a little bit of so we have 2 more members. Actually, they have a presentation that they would like to give. So as soon as I do a quick, we had 74 students participate in from South Florida YMCA in the Tallahassee Youth in Government. And we had 11 students from the middle school join in and participate in the middle school Youth in Government. And overall, we had 680 students participate at the state level, where all these kids joined together with their colleagues, and they were able to write bills all year long with their teachers. If I could have Miss Andrea Nunez stand up. She's our school liaison for Homestead High School, and Assistant Principal Lopez, if she could stand up, from Homestead Middle School. And we truly appreciate the school's support, Miami-Dade County Public Schools, by allowing this club to be a part of their after-school program. So without further ado, we truly appreciate Vice Mayor Faircloth, the council, and the CDBG funding for this program. It enabled these kids to do all that they could do to learn about government, and it's best to do it in a mock legislative session than through a school book. So they got to really act the part. So they have their little presentation. If you don't mind, I'm going to sit down and let them take it away. Ian, who's first? Ryan's first. Okay. And then you guys stand behind.
There are so few republics in the history of mankind. They are difficult to maintain. They require active citizens and a deep understanding in democratic principles, not only for those that create it, but for all successive generations. A representative government is meaningless if no one participates. Elections are meaningless if the voters are uninformed. John Adams, one of our premier founding fathers, said that children should be educated and instructed in the principles of freedom. But how does one teach the principles of freedom? Can a reading of the Constitution teach a classroom liberty? Does a lesson on the American Revolution make the youth understand the sacrifices that were necessary so that we can enjoy our natural rights? Youth in government gives us firsthand experience in the democratic process. Every year, our members go to Tallahassee to host a mock state legislature. For 3 days, we act as a part of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch. We learn more in those 3 days of experience than we ever could from lectures. Freedom of speech is no longer an abstract concept. It is something we exercise on the Senate floor. Democracy is no longer just congressmen or the White House. It is something we are a part of.
As we learn from Florida Youth in Government, participating in a republic is not a simple task. For those that work in the legislative branch, preparing for Tallahassee requires us to collect piles of data on our topics and then turn that research into convincing arguments. Failure to do so inevitably results in failure at Tallahassee. But the importance of preparedness is only one of several lessons Youth in Government provides. Going through State Assembly, the name for our annual mock legislature, we will hear arguments against our ideas that we have never considered before. We will need to meet new people and make new friends if we can ever hope to get far. Youth in Government not only reflects the importance of cooperation, it also teaches the art of debate. Complex ideas need to be articulated clearly so that our peers can understand them. Arguments need to be backed by hard evidence in order for them to be effective. Through State Assembly, we were the Florida State Government. Every member of the legislative branch wrote a bill for State Assembly that met the guidelines of an actual Florida law. When debating those bills, we followed the Florida procedures of debate. Some of us even sat in the Florida State House and Senate. The lessons and experiences Youth in Government provides last a lifetime. If I have any regrets, it's only that I didn't start sooner.
During our time in the Youth and Government Club, we worked on our bills that we would then present to the Senate, to the state. And the bills that we made are about topics that we cared about, that we believe would help the community become a better place. And during our time in the club, we needed the support. We needed to look up the topics and see exactly what places needed to help to the support for this bill. And once we got the general topic of our bills, we went to schools to present it to our fellow delegates who also had bills, so then we could see exactly which bill could help better the state.
Hello? Okay. I would just like everybody to know that we thank all you guys for being here, and thanks to council too. All right, so my part is basically the firsthand experience that we experienced at State Assembly. And to begin, I just want to talk about how, remembering in my government class that what would the actual practices actually feel like? And by going to State Assembly, it was just like a whole new world just opened to me. It was just incredible to see all these young, energetic people knowing everything about the state process and how everything worked. And it was just mind-blowing that they were just like so infused in what they were doing that they actually shed tears when they were passing on the positions to the next group of incoming people. And by being there, it helped me become better as a person, because it actually made me see what I wanted to become in real life. I sat in that seat in the House of Representatives, and I knew what I wanted to become. I was like, yes, a politician is where I want to be when I grow up. So basically, I just want to say that State Assembly and the Youth and Government program is essential because it shows kids the basics. But not only that, you don't pretend when you get there. You are once you get there, that's what you are. So I just want to pass it on to Washington, or Jarrell Washington. Jalen.
I like to give thanks to Miss Lopez, my assistant principal, Miss Luckett, the person that helped us with this bill, and Mr. Rubin, the person that made this all happen. Well, it was pretty fun. There's really no bad parts about it. You get to get your own freedom. You get to go and learn how to make bills and eventually laws. You also get to go and make new friends on your journey. You can go and share your ideas and your experiences with other people. And that's pretty much.
Just to the students, as elected officials, we're only temporary stewards of leadership as we serve our community. And it's very important for us to engage you in the democratic process on the local and state level so that when we relinquish this so-called power, you can carry on when we can no longer. So thank you so much for being involved in the Youth and Government program. I wish they had it in high school when I was there. And we need to talk, young man who wants to be his local politician. I have to figure out where you live to make sure you don't run against me. Thank you so much, Sue, and thank you so much for participating in the program.
we have the teachers and the sponsors come up for the photo, please, real quick? I'll get you the pictures. Go on, James. James Knoll, he's our coordinator. Ian is our delegate chapter chairman. And we appreciate everyone being here today. Oh, we have another student that just arrived. Thank you all. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. We truly appreciate the time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. As many of you know, several months ago, we had a unique opportunity down here in the city of Homestead to partnership with the county and their animal services. And tonight, we're going to be hearing from Miami-Dade Animal Services Chief of the Shelter Operations and Enforcement, Ms. Kathy Labrada. But I also wanted to talk about what a great partnership this has been, and we thank the county very much for bringing it down here. Like I said, it's a unique partnership. We're the only one in the county that has a facility like this type down here, and I'm talking about the spay-neuter clinic over there at the Homestead YMCA. And she's also going to talk about this night, as they've come up with a mission there at the Animal Services, is where they're not just worried about adopting and spaying and neutering animals anymore, but they want to help people to be able to keep the pets in their home if there's a problem or whatever with training or medical needs and things like that. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Ms. Kathy Labrada from Miami-Dade Animal Services to tell us how we're doing at the Spay-Neuter Clinic, which has been a hit, and also to share a little bit of information about this weekend's event.
Thank you. Good evening. I am thrilled to announce that through the partnership with the City of Homestead, Miami-Dade Animal Services has performed 796 sterilization surgeries free of charge for your community. This is a tremendous, thank you, a tremendous achievement considering the soft opening of this clinic was only January 29th. So with almost 800 animals sterilized, we are definitely having an impact in your community. The services available at the Homestead Spay-Neuter Clinic include microchipping, vaccination against rabies, DHPP, and Bordetella. Currently, the services are being provided free of charge, so if you'd like to make an appointment, please call 311 to do so. With the Homestead Dogs of Summer Adoption and Training Expo, Animal Services will be participating. Our mobile adoption unit will be on site, and we will be offering free adoptions for all pets over 4 months of age. The adopters would only be responsible for a $27 licensing fee, so if you're considering adding a furry family member, now would be the time to do it, May 21st. In addition to the adoption that's being offered, resources regarding responsible pet ownership and pet retention, ways that the county and the City of Homestead can help assist you in keeping pets in your home, whether it's a financial struggle or perhaps a medical issue with a pet. There are resources available, and we would love to keep your pet in your family. So if it's something that you have any interest in, or you have an interest in adopting a pet, I would welcome you to come on down May 21st and participate in this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for the great effort that you have brought down here for us. 800 animals in a short 4 months is a tremendous number, seeing how it's only open 3 days a week right now. So perhaps we'll see the need, and we'll get some more time for us in the next budget cycle down here. But we want to say thank you very much for what you and Mr. Munoz have done for us down here. It means a lot to us. And this weekend, we both referenced a event that's going to happen. Myself and Commissioner Levine Cava from the county are putting this event on with the assistance of of the animal services from the Miami-Dade County. And like we spoke about, there's going to be dog washers, there's going to be veterinarians speaking about how to take care of a dog, there's going to be trainers there if you have issues, there's going to be a free adoption event with their special unit down here, and there's going to be microchipping available over at the spay-neuter clinic. And so we hope everybody will come out and continue the great success that we have had with the Miami-Dade, or that we've shared with the Miami-Dade Animal Services, and keep building on our partnership. So thank you very much to you and Mr. Munoz and Mayor Jimenez for all their help and belief in what we do down here.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Thank you for your support from the county. Mr. Roth, winning in the Learning for Life competition.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I get the police explorers to come forward, please? I think, is Robbie Tate here too? Officer Tate? I wanted to recognize these young adults for their participation over spring break in the Learning for Life Southeast Regional Police Explorer Competition. The competition consisted of 20 explorers posed with over 300 explorers from Miami-Dade County, Broward, and Monroe County. Our explorers competed in 6 primary scenarios where which were domestic violence, traffic stops, in-progress calls, search, crisis intervention, and crime scene processing. As they entered each scenario, the explorers did not know the details of the call until immediately before they went into the scene, as if they were actually dispatched to a scene. Once they entered the scene, they were required to handle the call accordingly. As they proceeded through each scenario, 2 judges followed them and scored them accordingly. Miranda, consent, arrest, no arrest, handcuffing, fingerprinting, determining Baker Act, etc. At the end, the scores were tallied and averaged based on the scores given by both judges. They also competed in other secondary activities, which included ammunition target shooting, physical agility, obstacle course, police biking, and basketball. Our explorers put in a lot of hard work and dedication that got them the 8th place overall, and here are the results from some of the secondary activities. Now, they already received all their trophies and awards for participating in this, and we're acknowledging them, their success in this event. Individual awards: 4th place, police biking, Explorer Sergeant Nicole Pontarelli. I don't know if she's here. Is she here? Here she is. Give her a big hand. 2nd place, search and arrest, Explorer Chief Gabriela Frankie, Major Brandon Hernandez, and Lieutenant Giovanni Valdez. They here? Put your hands up in the air. Big knowledge. Be proud of what you guys accomplished. This is their 4th year participating in the competition, and they would like to thank Homestead Police Department Specialized Units for their assistance in training the explorers in one way or another. It was truly a team effort, and they're really looking forward to next year's event. Because of today's activity with Mother Nature, some of the officers aren't here, and I want to just recognize them for what they do for these explorers and their training and the outstanding work they put into these kids. Alicia Wiggins, Elisa Barker, Mario Arzarga, Robbie Tate, who's here. Robbie, thank you. And I hear the Pal Gym's doing great now. And also, they have a outstanding volunteer, Flora Arzarga, as well. And I want to say one more thing about the Explorers group. You know, we're lucky to have a group of young adults here that really care about our community. We were called over this weekend to participate in an anti-violence program. It was down in Florida City. Pastor Chauncey Brown and myself were part of that as well. And we needed some volunteers. And Chief Roll got a call from Chauncey Brown on Friday. And Saturday morning, the police explorers showed up in force, probably a dozen of them, hung out with us for about 6 hours, and helped put this community event on in Florida City to stand up against violence. And it was really about this teenager who was shot last year, a 17-year-old girl with a drive-by shooting, and her mother was very proactive in trying to create an awareness for gun violence and whatnot. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the police explorers. The chief was out there with us. We spent about 2 hours out there admiring everything, talking to the people out there. And it's one of those things where you don't realize the talent of our young explorers until you actually live with them day by day and experience some of the things that they do for us on a day-to-day basis. And for that, I want to thank you guys. Thank you for your accomplishments, and thank you for all your good work you do for our community here in Homestead. Thank you. Can I get pictures now?
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Mr. Williams, Solid Waste Division Staff Recognition.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and to my esteemed colleagues, and to this august body here today at our council meeting for this month. It is indeed a pleasure and honor to honor one of our most precious departments by far, the Solid Waste Department. When I first was elected to City Council, they were one of the departments that they had given me charge over. And through that unique relationship over the years, I've tried to honor them and tell them thank you in a way. And when you really think about it, they have one of the most important jobs in our city. Because if they don't come by and pick up our trash, we think our city is not clean now. It will be devastating. And so we need them as much as we need the police department. And so every year, back in when Ronald Reagan was in office, he had acknowledged or set aside April as the month for recycling and to really give back to those who do these kind of jobs and work. And so we missed it last month, and we've been doing it now for a couple of years. And so I like to honor them. I know most of them days are off today, but if we would just thank them, and let me thank the department, the director, Julio, and Milton and his team for all that they do, and they do a great job in the city of Homestead. We have the best solid waste recycling department in the United States. And they work hard, they do what they can for the community, and if it wasn't for them, Homestead wouldn't be what it is today. And so this certificate reads, if all of them are here, they'll just come up. Certificate of appreciation. Milton Bailey, on this 18th day of May 2016, the city of Homestead recognizes the commitment and dedication you put towards the safe and sustainable operations of service you provide our residents on a continual basis, both local and global. Thank you, Mayor Jeff Porter, Councilman John Burgess, Councilman Larry Roth, Vice Mayor Patricia Faircloth, Councilman Elvis Maldonado, Councilman Stephen Shelley, and myself, Councilman Jimmy Williams. And we appreciate each and every last thing that you all do. Thank you so very much. And not only that, but we got a gift card. It ain't much. But I think this is a gift card from any darling restaurant. If that's what Longhorn, Olive Garden, and Red Lobster. You take your pick. And so we salute each and every last one of you. And so we are very appreciative. And Marisol, who used to work over on this side, is now over on the solid waste side. And so most of these persons that we know, they've been on the same route, and every time you can pick up the phone call, they're always pleasant, and your work goes without saying of the Hercules job that you all do for the city of Homestead. So thank you. Come on, let's give them a hand clap. Yeah. And so we say thank you, and we salute you, and I'll allow you to have a few words, Mr. Bailey.
We first thank God for just being here, and we thank God for each of the council members, one by one and name by name. We thank God for everybody that is here. We thank God for the many years. On tomorrow, I will be celebrating 36 years here at the city of Homestead. And we have a group of fine gentlemen and lady that works in the city, and they works very hard, and they have longevity. They come, they don't want to leave, so they stay with solid waste as much. And we welcome our new addition, Mr. Ed Harris and Ms. Marisol Reba. And we thank our director, Mr. Julio, and we thank for our new addition to our department is Maria Panetti. She's been working hard since she's been there. We appreciate her, and we appreciate all the years in service that we have delegated. We have one more to go, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Milt, for what you have done. And this staff, your department, operates in the spirit of excellence every time. And so we know the pressure that you all are under. And we just wanted to tell you thank you for what you do. All right? Thank you so much. If we can get a picture. How many employees do we have in the department now? 34 total. And we know they could not be here because of scheduling. But would you all send them my appreciation? And we've got cards, gift cards for all of them, and their own certificate of appreciation. So thank you so much for what you do. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I want to thank each one of the council members for their recognition of these the fine community support people that we have in this community. We're very blessed to have a great community behind everything that's going on. So at this particular time, we're going to adjourn the presentation ceremony. We're going to wait until 6 o'clock to reconvene the council meeting, okay? Thank you. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'd like to call the Wednesday, May 18, 2016 council meeting to order. It's approximately 6:02 p.m. This evening we'll have the invocation by Pastor Reginald Joseph, pastor of the Haitian Evangelical Baptist Church of Homestead, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilman Roth and the Police Explorers. Would you all please rise?
Bow our head and pray. Dear Lord, as trusted servants, we gather here today to elevate our community. We seek wisdom and blessings upon our deliberation today. We seek to represent fairly and well the interests of our citizens. We thank you for everything that has been done already in our city. We thank you for our elected officials, the mayor, the vice mayor, council. We thank you for our city manager and staff, our police department. We ask you that you grant them wisdom in the decisions tonight. Let everything that has been done already be a glimpse only of what is yet to come for our city. Let the words of our heart, the meditation of our mind, as well as our decisions tonight be blessed and acceptable to you, our Lord, our Redeemer. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
seated. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess. Here. Councilman Roth.
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
Councilman Maldonado.
Here.
Councilman Shelley. Here. Vice Mayor Fairclough. Here. Mayor Porter.
Here. We don't have any presentations tonight, do we? Okay. At this time, I'll open up the public comment section. This is a time where the public can come forward and put on the record their issues, questions, concerns to the council and to the staff. Ms. Sherelle Burgess, Ms. Sis Sheila Jackson, Mr. Kim Hill, and Dr. Eric McDonough.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Am I going now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. As an African American, my grandfather used to always tell me, you as an African, the sun sits on your shoulders. And when you bow down, the world gets dark. We've been down here for 8 months now trying to get on the agenda. We lobbied some of our councilmen. They gave us some positive response. Spoke with Mr. Larry Roth. He told us that I guarantee you that I'll have you on that agenda next month. We came down here that month, no avail. We had nothing there. You know, I hold you in question. I'm questioning you about that. What happened that particular month? You know, what we're talking about, and I'm gonna tell you this, we discussed weight room equipment. We discussed a wide variety of things, but nothing was more important than the lives and the transparency that concerns us when we speak about the issue of body cameras. We've already, Miami-Dade County has moved the body cameras. Broward County has moved the body cameras. We've seen, we understand that in light of all these particular issues, especially with our police department, I think that the Broward County Sheriff's Department the chief did an excellent job. I think Miami-Dade County Police Department, the chief stood up and did an excellent job. And me as an African American, I have to come down here and keep barking just to get on the agenda. Mr. Porter, and I'm gonna tell you this, you can walk outside right now and you can see water on the car, you can see water on the ground, and through circumstantial evidence, you could come to the conclusion that it rained. You don't have to see it. When my mayor doesn't take the lead, my mayor, who was over the Military Affairs Committee that put the Confederate flag and had a big issue, a giant issue in this particular city, my mayor, who did that, I have to come to circumstantial evidence. Through this circumstantial evidence, this is racist. This is just straight up racist when African Americans, when Hispanic males have been mowed down, you know, and there's question in it. And right now we have the technology. We have the technology to be able to provide safety and prohibit litigation against our city. And you all won't even bring the discussion of a body camera. The discussion of a body camera, that's disrespectful. It's disrespectful, Mr. Maldonado, when you see Hispanics being beaten up by the police and basically ran out of town. That's disrespectful. Everybody saw it on TV, but you won't bring up the discussion about a body camera? This is the best democracy that money can buy. See, the most important seat in the democracy is the seat of citizen, and you have to respect that.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Ms. Burgess.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak on behalf of an event that we have going on this weekend. On Saturday, we have the Homestead's first ever Dogs of Summer Adoption and Training Expo. It will be Saturday at Harris Field, and we wanted to invite everyone to come Bring your pet if you have one. We will do dog washes for a fundraiser. If you don't have one, we will have some for adoption. We will also have cats as well. There will be a vet that will be giving a talk, so there will be a question and answer session with a vet. We have several trainers who will be doing free clinics and demos as well, food trucks, and at the end of the event, around 1 o'clock, we have our very own Homestead's movie star dog that will come and do a Frisbee demo. So even if you don't have a dog and you don't intend to adopt, you can even come and watch the Frisbee demo show. It's gonna be around 1 o'clock. The kids will love it. And little Mac is a rescue from Homestead, Miami-Dade Animal Services, and he's also been in a couple of movies. So we wanted just to invite everybody. Saturday from 10 to 2, we have some flyers over at the side, and we want to just tell the City of Homestead, thank you for partnering with Animal Services. We have a huge need down here. Thank you for getting the spay-neuter clinic, allowing us to do adoptions, fundraisers, and things like that, so we can help keep these pets in their home and help adopt out some new ones. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. Ms. Jackson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just so honored to be in the City of Homestead and presented in front of you guys. I'm a member of Shallow Missionary Baptist Church. I've been there for 10 years. As of this month past, we have been locked out of the church. The church in that city needs to be open. I'm actually a women ministry president. I also help with feeding the homeless. Numerous occasions that we have went to the church to feed the homeless, which would have been 95 people, some occasion that we were locked out the church and had to feed on the outside. My pastor, Sabrina A. Pope, she's been there 2 years, but the last couple of months, like I said, they want to vote her out. And I feel like we should be able to come together in unity to be able to do that, so we'll know, let the community know that we can come together with something. She's actually been served with some papers stating that she is a resident of the church. That's not so. She preaches on Sunday school, Bible study, and we're not able to do that. Actually, one of my ministry, I get the women together. I'm a cancer survivor. I've been dealing with cancer since 2010, and I'm still battling it as well. I have women that reach out to the church to come out and know that they're not alone in this situation. And to have that church closed down is so sad. I actually had one of the parents' children to commit suicide. She wanted to die, because if you come together in a church, which is a place of peace, when you got something on your heart that's heavy, you want to let somebody understand what you're going through, why should you close the church down? The church is closed down. We can't go in there to do anything. My pastor's been served with many papers. She's been there for 2 years. And all of a sudden, the third year, you want to get rid of somebody that's a woman of God that's doing right in the community? That's sad. We got people that need to be fed, not only the word, but food for nourishment for the bodies. So I just don't understand why we have to be put out. And I say to you, I'm pleading that somebody come out and look at Shallow Missionary Baptist Church, which is at 606 Southwest 5th Avenue. Just pass by. We have did wonderful things. I have ladies here that is in the ministries as well. We're crying out for help. Help us open our church, because their hearts are heavy and people need help. And we want that church open back again. But to have to stand outside the very last time and say you can't get on the grass, it's so sad. We need help in our community when it comes to Shallow Missionary Baptist Church. And I thank you guys. And I know the way I feel, there's something going to be done. And I thank everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. McDonough. Is Dr. Eric McDonough here? David, is it Goodwin? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Dr. James Eric McDonough. My address is 32320 Southwest 199th Avenue. I'm here tonight not just as a citizen, not just as an individual who repeatedly gets abused by the police department, but also as a First Amendment rights activist, as well as an investigative journalist for photographyisnotacrime.com. I've given you some information here with the submissions and evidence of filing a complaint against Officer Merguido and another officer who illegally, I'm sorry. Yeah, so in the information you have, I'll restart. There's evidence that Officer Merguido and another officer illegally pulled my information on the David system in violation of law. It's noted again that Detective Aquino and Chief Roll refused to allow me to file a complaint for the filing of false reports stating that Merguido was acting as a private citizen. Included is an email from Antonio Aquino detailing this. However, as I've warned you before, the city is now defending Officer Merguido for these off-duty actions. The city then decided to break the Sunshine Law by not providing me with copies of documents relating to the defense of Merguido, improperly claiming attorney-client privilege. In response to this, yesterday, one of my attorneys filed a lawsuit you'll be served with soon over refusal to provide these documents as required by law. I'm curious, since it seems that the city attorney was the one who made this improper decision, is his law firm going to represent the city for free and cover my attorney fees and costs? Or are we just going to throw this burden of tens of thousands of dollars of more liability onto the innocent taxpayers? Well, Mayor Porter, we've regularly heard you blast the old mayor for corruption, and there's some other people who would like to talk about some of your past misgivings. And additionally to what they want to say to you, I would like to make a short comment. Mayor Porter, at last month's meeting, you started the meeting at 5:47 p.m. You closed the public comment section before 6 p.m. Under the Sunshine Law, you're required to give reasonable notice of all meetings so we can attend. This is a violation of the Sunshine Law. It's also a likely violation of the First Amendment, and since there was 10 to 20 people who filled out cards to speak and you did not allow to speak, it could possibly be a class action suit. Lastly, I would like to bring to your attention that not only do your officers retaliate against my rights in many ways, but they don't like the fact that I expose their crimes on the internet. You can go to leoaffairs.com and see what they write. Now, your officers, I'm not sure if it's one of your officers. Once I get the IP, I'll know for sure exactly who it was. But these officers online are threatening me with my job as a government employee. They're threatening to have me banned. They're doing other things that are unspeakable in front of decent people that I will not mention here. So, since I don't like threats to my First Amendment very much, I decided to go ahead and pull the internet history for the city of Homestead. And I would like to let you know that your police officers are looking at party buses with stripper poles. You might want to look at that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr., is it Goodwin? Yes, sir. Oh, okay, I see now.
Well, good evening. My name is David, AKA Crazy David, as most people know me. The reason I came here
Your
is...
address, Mr. Goodwin, for the record, just your address for the record.
Oh, address, 829 Southwest 7th Street.
Thank you, sir.
I've been here in Homestead, good grief, a long, long time, in and out, but I'm here, and I'm happy to be here. I have a different attitude towards Homestead than a lot of people. I enjoyed the police department. Most of them know me. The reason I'm here is a problem. I got my utility bill, and I was up there trying to calculate how I'm going to pay it, because I had a big bill. I got it paid. Then I opened it up, and it was page 2. I was dumbfounded. I wish I had copies. I'd be glad to do this. I'd be glad to send copies. I'll even let you look at it now. This in itself is mind-boggling. I called your utility department, and I wasn't able to get any type of real answer that dealt with anything, and they sort of pointed the finger towards you that this was the law. And I couldn't believe it. I've been living in this house I haven't rented it. I lived in here with my mother when she was alive. And the thing is this is my house. It's a duplex, but I live on both sides. When you look at the meter, there's only one meter. There's only one electric meter, there's only one water meter, and this is me. I have my thing here from the county showing my homestead exemption. I'm still not finished with them in terms of what else I'm going to do in terms of, because there's more things I can do. I talked to them today, and they said, you know, I can up my exemption spandex on it. And the thing is this: how can I be charged for the other side of my house that I'm living in? It doesn't make any sense. And I really wish that you can look at this. If you want more copies, make more copies. I'm sure you got a machine here. I have no problem with it. But, you know, my thing is my income from Social Security is less than $900 a month. It's just a little over under $8. And I have to hustle, I have to live, but this doesn't make any sense. And when you look at the bill that was sent to me, you'd understand. And I moved back into this house in 2013, and I was in it before Hurricane Andrew.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Willie Womble. Mr. Womble.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, citizens. Mr. Mayor, I had the opportunity to go on YouTube, as many people do, to research incidents or things of interest. And one thing I found of interest was a court case that took place up in Michigan in which a gentleman was violated by the police department. And the court, in its findings, the judge in the case made a statement. I'm going to read what she said because I'm interested in bringing body cameras to the city of Homestead for policemen. Being a policeman in a city with very little funding finds police being damned if they do and damned if they don't. 6 months of training, long hours, horrible pay, and no support for the stress policemen are under. We would rather spend money on bait cars and surveillance cameras that do not reduce crime. Only properly trained policemen do. Our society is reactionary, not preventive. We would rather save a few dollars to balance the budget rather than to spend the money needed to properly train officers and wind up spending millions on lawsuits. I wonder, would 1/2 of $1.4 million given to Mr. Dent, the victim, would have done for the police department? It could have been used to better train those we want to serve. It is my belief that when we value, compensate, and train those who want to serve, then only then will we as a community receive the kind of service we expect. It's amazing how a city can find millions of dollars to try to rectify a problem, but will not spend $100 to prevent a tragedy from occurring. Government's responsibility is not to solely save money, but to protect its citizens. If we do not invest in our police department, then we will see more incidents like last summer. With that said, Mr. Mayor, I believe that body cameras will assist in reducing the costs incurred by the city on litigations, therefore creating funding that could be used for training, equipment, better pay for our officers, as well as our city employees. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Burse, who was not given a form so that he could speak on his own. I greatly appreciate it if you give him the full 3 minutes. Thank you, sir.
He's not on the comment card. You've got 30 seconds left. No. If you want to fill out a comment card, go fill out a comment card and then you can come around. Sir? Okay, I've got one more before you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Oakley, Matthew. Is it Matthew Oakley? Yes, sir.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board here. I wanted to read a little list of items here that go with what Mr. McDonough had mentioned earlier. But first, I'd like to ask you one question. Who's the boss in this room? Do any of you know who the boss is? Can any of you answer that?
It's a comment section.
No, who's the boss in the room is a question. Can any of you answer that, or are you unwilling to answer it?
It's your time to comment, sir.
Right. This is an incomplete list, I might add. In 2002, Mayor Porter pled no contest to a conflict of interest violation for selling the city office supplies from his business while he was a councilman. In August 2005, Mayor Porter was found guilty of 8 separate campaign finance violations while councilman. In January and February of 2015, Mayor Porter supported the city manager violating free speech rights. In February 2015, Mayor Porter slandered someone who was trying to bring some serious problems in the city to his attention. In March of 2015, Mayor Porter directed 25,000 CRA grant dollars to the business his campaign manager and treasurer works for through very unusual methods. This was not in a blighted Southwest district, and this did not go through the Southwest Advisory Committee. At least one other councilman left the meeting for the vote claiming conflict of interest, but Mayor Porter did not. 2 of his relatives working for the police department, even though Homestead has a nepotism policy forbidding relatives from working for the same department. The mayor, manager, city chief, also knowingly allow relatives to work for the same department in violation of their stated and printed nepotism policy. Some of the families that have violated the nepotism clause include Kennedy, Kent, Sincor, DeJean, Pierce, and Monico. This includes husbands and wives and brothers, but mostly fathers and sons within the PD. Mayor Porter has at least 2 times tried to restrict people's free speech rights by arbitrarily shortening the 3-minute time limit to 2 minutes in violation of meeting policy at the 1/21/2015 meeting and at the 7/15/2015 meetings. In February of 2016, Mayor Porter got up and walked out of a meeting while someone was speaking, preventing them from finishing their speech and possibly infringing on their First Amendment free speech rights. In April 2016, Mayor Porter violated the Sunshine Law by starting the April 2016 meeting before the scheduled time. In April 2016, Mayor Porter infringed upon the free speech rights of many people by closing the public comment section down before the scheduled time and by not calling on people to speak who had submitted cards to do so. I'll answer the question that I asked for you. We are the boss. We, the people, elected you to do a job. You work for us. What about that don't you guys understand? And what's with the militant aspect of running the council room with all the policemen? And you have to have an officer come over and escort somebody from the bench.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mike, is it Gertz or Mike? You were just up here. There you go. I'm sorry. Come forward, sir. Come on, Mike. Yes, sir. I can't read your, I'm sorry, I didn't read your last name. Okay, Burts. Okay, thank you.
First and foremost, I know I'm pretty tall, so please excuse me. Good evening, councilmen, citizens of Homestead in Florida City, and Mayor. My name is Michael Burts, Jr. I'm a citizen of Homestead, Florida, sir. Born and raised. I'm 22 years old. A recent graduate of Lynn University and a soon-to-be lawyer. I will be attending FAMU Law this fall. And I'm just here to speak on behalf of the youth of my community. I ask you to use me as a reference of good intentions, of what daylight can look like if youth isn't taken away, if life isn't taken away. I'm not here to sway you with fancy rhetoric. I'm not here to critique, but just to speak on behalf of those who are not able to attend. We only want one word, and that's an opportunity. Right now, we're in a generational change, a generational shift, a paradigm shift, if I must say. There are those who believe, we can't reinvent the wheel. Sometimes we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to innovate it. And I believe body cameras will be that step. There needs to be a transparency between those we put in power and those they intend to protect. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson, Ron Johnson, is it Ron Johnson?
Mayor Porter, members of the Homestead City Council, City Manager, Gretzes. I'm Ron Johnson, currently the Grand Knight of Council 4998 here in Homestead. at 108 Southeast First Road. The Knights of Columbus is a charitable fraternal order in the Catholic Church dedicated to serving Catholic parishes and surrounding communities throughout the world, from the United States to Poland to the Philippines. Knights also exist in the armed forces bases throughout the globe, including Ramstein Air Base in Germany, Camp Zima in Japan. Since our order's founding in 134 years ago, patriotism has been one of our core principles. We are proud of our devotion to country and to God, and believe in standing up for both, whether it's public or private. The Knights remind the world that Catholics support their nations. In Homestead, we are supportive of the Homestead Air Base and dedicated service members. Tonight, we express to you our deepest concern for land use encroachment near the air base. We are aware that such encroachment can potentially have detrimental ramifications on military installations. Respectfully, therefore, we ask you, the Homestead City Council, to please take much thought and consideration for the long-term impact that decisions such encroachment could have on a Homestead Air Reserve Base. As we know in our order's history, actions made in the present day can reverberate for many decades to come. I lived in Denver during the Stapleton Airport, where people built right up to it and then complained about the noise. So then there was a lot of money spent in putting soundproof windows and insulation, and it ended up with the city then bought 50 square miles, 20 miles from downtown, and built the current DIA that's there now. Thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Mayor,
So
it seems that the gentleman's comments really related to one of the agenda items, so if we could have his comments incorporated into the record under that agenda item, and if anybody wanted to cross-examine this gentleman, they could do it at a later date.
Okay, and Ms. Haxon, I know you have a card here, but I think you're on item 10 as well, which is the land use issue. You don't have a public comment that's not related to an issue, an item on the agenda, right? You want to talk, your card is a public comment as far as the base is concerned and the proximity to the racetrack and the land. Okay, so I'm going to hold your card over here for that item, okay? Any other public comment at this time? I have no more cards. Mr. McDuffie? I thought it was for the...
Not on the agenda.
Go right ahead, sir.
Greetings, Council. My name is Stephen McDuffie, 139 Southeast 36th Avenue, Homestead, Florida. I want to thank the Councilman Larry Roth and Patricia, Vice Mayor Patricia, for receiving my text for about flooding and other things earlier today. Thank you for your prompt responses. I would like to say that I now work for Representative Keone McGee for District 117 that represents Homestead, Florida City, and up to Cutler Bay. So if you guys need anything from the state side, I'm always here for you guys. And for the citizens of Homestead, we look forward to pushing things through for transportation and otherwise. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Knowles?
Sorry, Mayor, I wasn't aware of the cards, or I signed in the pad by mistake. Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and staff for your support of the revitalization projects that are completed and for those that are underway in the historic downtown. After many years of debate and delays, today we are able to meet in the civic structure that has been designed for Homestead's next 100 years. And thanks to your effort and the voters of Homestead, the community is able to attend productions in a renovated historic theater that many thought would never be completed. As a former president stated, patience and perseverance have a magical effect before which difficulties disappear and obstacles vanish. Now you're going to embark on a project that will have a major positive impact on attracting new businesses to our downtown. The parking garage to be located at Maury and Chrome Avenue. As chair of the Historic Preservation Board and director of Main Street, whose mission is historic preservation and economic revitalization, I respectfully request that the historic context of the downtown buildings be kept in mind when discussions with the chosen architectural firm. By designating the downtown district on the National Register, the state of Florida and the Department of the Interior recognize that architecture is a direct and substantial representation of history and place. By preserving historic structures, we are able to share the various spaces and environments in which the generations before us lived. Historic preservation is a visual and tangible conservation of cultural identity. Architecture is one aspect of our heritage with which we can interact and adapt. The new parking garage, transit hub, and entertainment center will serve as a southern entry to our nationally designated district. We have full confidence that under your leadership and the final design will be in touch with the past, while at the same time reflecting a dynamic and vibrant future for Homestead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're trying to institute this policy with the cards, getting it, kind of getting a little bit of better organization. Has anybody that didn't fill out a card that would like to make a comment at this point? Just a public comment. If it's towards an agenda item, you're welcome to speak at that time. But right now, if anybody missed a card, you're welcome to come forward. Yes, sir.
I would just like to say that these information packets are sitting up front. One of them is the Florida Department of Law
Excuse me,
Enforcement
can we have your
investigative
name and-
report.
do we have your
and
name,
the other
sir? So your
is
name and
the
name-
packet of ethical violations and
Sir,
policy
your
violations.
name and address for the record, please.
Excuse me?
Your name and address for the record.
I'm sorry, sir. My name is Grant Stern, 425 Northeast 22nd Street, Miami, Florida.
Thank you.
I would just like to inform the gallery that there's all of this information sitting up front on that table, and anybody who would like one can come get one and take it with you and read it at home. It's all about the allegations that Mr. McDonough has made towards this council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time. Thank you. Any additions, deletions, or deferrals, Mr. Manager?
Mayor, we request tab 12 be deferred until the next council meeting.
Tab 12 will be pulled or not deferred.
Deferred.
Is there a motion to defer tab 12? Is there a second? All in favor? Motion carries. The consent agenda, I know we have, I'd like to see if we could pull tab 5. Mr. Maytan, you said you had a presentation, and is Robert Barnes here? Okay, so we're going to pull tab 5 only. Is there a motion to move the agenda? No, Mr. Williams?
Tab 7.
Pull tab 7?
Tab 7. Yes.
Okay. So there's a motion to move forward with the consent agenda with pulling tab 5 and tab 7. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. We'll go back to tab 5, Mr. Maytan.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. At the Cal meeting last week, we brought the feasibility study to bring it to you, which was voted in, but ACOM could not make it for other arrangements, so I asked them to come tonight, and David Stone is here from ACOM to maybe do a short presentation and any questions that you have, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council.
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. We're very happy to have made it to this point and look forward to working with you all in the near future, hopefully. Like Dennis said, we've just got a short presentation to kind of tell you a little bit about who we are and how we plan to approach this project. The three of us really who would lead this project and kind of be your main contacts, myself, I work out of our Chicago office. My work focuses on the planning, feasibility type studies of sports, entertainment, recreation facilities. So the sports complex is really kind of right up my alley. I've worked on baseball stadiums, sports complexes, amphitheaters, stadiums, arenas, theaters, convention centers throughout Florida and across the country. My colleague Brian Sands, who specializes in attractions, theme parks, kind of non-traditional real estate uses that are potential reuses of the sports complex, who's also in the economics group with me, and Joe Webb, who used to work for Miami-Dade County as a landscape architect, now works for AECOM. He's worked on the public and private sector in parks planning throughout his career. And I'm sorry, somehow we're missing some of the graphics here. So there was a pretty picture on this slide, but it didn't show up in this version. Just a quick example of some of our project experience across the country, focusing on projects where we're looking at existing facilities or complexes, whether it be a sports entertainment or other kinds of attraction facility or complex, looking at adaptive reuses, expansion, renovation opportunities, really to maximize kind of community assets and public benefits. Some of the facilities here some are local, some are across the country. My colleague Brian is currently working with Zoo Miami. He's worked with Biscayne National Visitor Center, a number of other recent projects. Again, whether it's an arena, a stadium, another kind of attraction or public use facility, we kind of approach this and kind of attack the Homestead Sports Complex from all angles and all the potential reuses. We have expertises. Again, unfortunately, some of the logos didn't show up in this version, but again, kind of showing the range of our clients, both on the public sector, throughout sports and entertainment, and on the corporate side. Again, we're missing a logo, a big picture here. There's actually a picture of my colleague Brian riding a roller coaster from one of our clients at Six Flags Mexico City. Again, some graphics aren't showing up. This is a kind of a busy slide, but the point of this was to show that complexes like the Homestead Sports Complex across the country have been reused for a number of different things, generally dictated by the local market and their needs. Could be another kind of sports complex, could be a baseball stadium, a soccer stadium, or soccer fields. Your RFP mentioned 5 individual specific potential things for us to look at: an arena, an amphitheater, office space, sports complex. I think I'm leaving one out. Again, we're equipped to approach this project from all of those angles. We have experience with all these land use types, as well as kind of the wild card, anything else that we identify that might be appropriate for this situation in this market. This last slide is a kind of an outline of the scope of work we've agreed to at this point, working with Dennis and his staff, responsive to what you're looking for, really kind of casting a wide net to all the different reuse opportunities at the complex, again, to find ways to maximize the usage and benefits of this public asset, kind of filtering down to some that we think make maybe more sense, and throwing out some of the others that we want to take off the table right away that really just don't make sense right off the bat. Taking a closer look at those maybe handful of uses and really focusing on those, and hopefully ultimately recommending one, going through the process of kind of understanding what it would mean for the city in terms of the economics. What are the city revenues and expenses that would be required from this kind of partnership agreements? Would it be a developer building something? Would you be a partner in it? What would that structure look like? Those kinds of things. So that's how we kind of at a high level plan on approaching this. That's all I have. Since I'm here, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Is there a motion, Mr. Williams?
So let me understand that this the 50,000 feasibility study, or I guess is that what we're calling this? You're going to be exactly doing what in layman terms?
In layman terms, so we've got this kind of underutilized sports complex where, based on your RFI and your RFP, you've asked people to basically help you figure out what the highest and best use of it is. Again, you identified some potential ideas and you've left it open to other potential ideas that we may come up with. So we're going to look at all of these, look at the kind of the local market, the competitive market, what we think some good ideas are, and again, kind of try to filter down to maybe a handful of good ideas, maybe eventually focusing on one that ends up being the best idea and helping you understand kind of really what that looks like, not only from a physical perspective, but what that means to the city financially, operationally, in terms of any partnerships with a potential developer or project partner that would help make that idea a reality.
And how long is your market study will be, or your feasibility study will take? How long? What will be the time frame?
That's a good question. I don't think we've talked about that specifically with Dennis yet, but typically for a study like this, I would say plus or minus 3 months.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you elaborate a little bit about how your past projects and your partnerships can help the city, as we look and you come back to us with ideas? Do you try to bring partners in with those ideas, or what is the scenario that you guys use?
Yeah, tell me if I don't answer this question, but the way I understand you're asking it. So part of what we do is in our market analysis, we look kind of at, so again, we're looking at, say, the 5 potential reuses that you all have identified, and again, kind of anything else that kind of jumps to the forefront to us. So we do a lot of market research. We talk to various stakeholders. We're involved in all of these industries. So if we're looking at, for example, an amphitheater, we'll talk to all the businesses, all the local concert promoters. We understand the market for amphitheaters regionally. We know that there's the amphitheater in downtown Miami. We know how. We have a sense of kind of if there'd be a need for another one. We kind of explore those markets, talking to the promoters, talking to the other stakeholders. And it's different groups of people for every type of use. We look at other markets that have
But
maybe...
do you try to, I understand what you do, but do you try to bring them and see if they have interest in the project that you're working on, or
Yes, we do talk to them about that too. I mean, if these people, say the concert promoters, for example, don't have they have as good of they know this market as well as anyone. Their interest or lack of interest is obviously a strong indicator for us for the success of that kind of project. So again, we'll talk to those kind of people in various industries to kind of understand what we think a viable development is.
and indirectly try to sway them, perhaps, if they're looking for a partnership
Maybe,
with us?
yes and no. Yes and no. By talking to them, we're engaging them in a potential opportunity there. If there's something down the line that probably is ultimately better between you and them, but there are, not to sound self-serving, there are things we can do down the line to help those partnerships kind of become reality.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mr. Williams?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My last question is, and Councilman Burgess kind of hit on it, was that in the cost for this scope of work of $50,000, tell me exactly what the commitment level, after you give us the study and tell us what the practical best use of it is, then what is your role?
So after we complete our study, what is our role?
What is your, yeah. After
Well,
you give us
we'll-
this nice document, I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty with all the pictures in it instead of this kind of presentation. But what will be your role then?
Well, again, if I understand your question correctly, so once, we'll come up with a very specific defined scope of work to help you get to that final point. And yes, there will be a, pretty report that shows the results of all of our work. At that point, when our scope of work is complete, our responsibility, frankly, is complete. Like I said before, without trying to sound self-serving, there are other things we can do further down the process beyond.
So that's another contract.
There could be other contracts potentially, yes.
So you're just going to do a study to say what's the best use, and then after that, I want to say the courtship of entertaining or facilitating others to come down and look at the property. However, that's a whole different set of rules. That's a whole different contract that will
Yes,
come
essentially.
back.
I mean, once our study is done, it's yours. You can digest it. You could take as much time to do something or not do something. There are obviously a lot of factors that are involved in moving a project ahead, but we're certainly available to continue working with you after the agreed upon scope is complete.
Usually, what's that price?
It depends
Here's where I'm going with my question.
Okay.
Because if we're paying $50,000 for a study to tell us of what a sports complex is, I'm thinking that you're going to help find interested, responsible financial partners that can come in with this. The problem with this property is we've had so much down the line we've just been burned with. We're lawsuits after lawsuits, and it's really it's becoming a topic that is huge in the room, and I'm really trying to agree with what we're trying to go to, but I just don't. I'm thinking for $50,000, I need a little bit more than paper. That's me. That's just me.
Well,
I'm just
that, I
saying,
mean,
for
that is our-
$50,000 for 3 months. I need somebody. You show somebody around or something. Open a door to, So bring some interested people in to look at it. That's my comments, Mayor. That's where I sit at with $50,000.
I mean, if I could answer that, I know it's a comment, not a statement. I mean, certainly, our work report is that report on paper. But I think, again, going through the process, we will be talking to the kinds of people. I don't know what their responses will be, but by the end of the process, I think there will be people. I mean, we will be able to tell you who is interested, who is not. We hopefully will be able to open some doors for you on that. And by going through the scope that we've agreed to here, that we will have been able to identify and quantify, we're not actually bringing people's money to the table, but we'll be able to quantify on paper kind of what that could mean fiscally to the city.
All right.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments, questions from council? Is there a motion on tab 5 to move it forward? Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries. Tab 7, Mr. Williams?
Yes, I'd like to record a no.
No. Sorry. Mr. Williams has recorded no on tab 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a few questions on tab 7. It relates to this company's financials. I see that in the financials, who am I addressing these questions to?
Mr. Manager? Mr. Manager, Mr. Williams is addressing the questions to you on tab 7, is that correct?
Do I need to address these questions to you or to?
Julio and Jerry are available to answer whatever questions you have on the documentation.
I'm concerned. I looked at the company's financials, and I see they bought one company, and they do a lot of, I don't want to say shell companies, but have you all really looked into the details of their financials and their operation and looked at the notes in their audit reports? Because some of it is quite disturbing a little bit to me, looking at it from this perspective.
You're on.
Through the manager.
I don't need to talk to the applicant. If he's coming up here to talk, I'm talking to staff now. He can.
In terms of the financials, the procurement does a cursory review, make sure they're registered as a business on some bids, make sure their license is current, and like I said, they do a cursory look. Also, this is our actual vendor at this time also, so we take that into consideration.
I understand, but when they became a vendor, were they on a different company?
I don't know the answer to that right now, Mr. Williams.
Who would have that? Out of your department, who would deal with that?
Probably Cynthia.
Okay, all right, because there are two different companies here. Some have shares in other companies that they're buying out. There's certain loans within the company that it's a little complex. What I wanted to just be assured of is that I know they have tons of contracts with other municipalities, but some of their financials just was a little confusing. Not so much confusion, but a little bit raising concern. So I think in the procurement process, when we're handing out dollars like this for these kind of, I think in the climate in which we're in Miami-Dade County, We just want to give a little bit more strength to their financials and their solvency, because it's my understanding that they're going to be taking care of the bus, or the trolleys and the maintenance and all of that. And I have a little questions about some of their notes in their financials, their audited financials.
We'll definitely take that into account in the future, Mr. Williams.
So, George, who do we have on staff that has looked through this to be able to dissect these financials that from your staff? Do you have anybody that does that?
Well, like Jerry said, their department looks at the entire package. If you're asking somebody to take a second look at it, we're happy to have finance look at it and see if there's any issues.
So it usually doesn't go through finance to look at, or just the procurement process when it comes to companies' financials that are asking for, soliciting for bids?
The packet of information was reviewed by the finance department as well, but I don't think anything came out that stood out to them. Again, we're happy to look at it and see if there's anything that raises concerns.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burgess.
Through the mayor and the manager, this company that you guys have recommended is the current company, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long have they been here as our current supplier?
I believe since 2010, if not
And
2009.
does their scope of their work cover the maintenance of the buses and the cleanliness and all that now?
Yes, sir.
And have we had problems with that?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council? Is there a motion to move 7 forward? Move it. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going into the public hearings. If there's no objection from council members, because tab 10 is going to be a fairly healthy discussion, we've got tab 11 is probably could be fairly easy. Tab 12 is pulled, and then under the legislative, tab 13 is probably just a procedural process for, is there any opposition to moving up tab 11 and tab 13 prior to tab 10? Okay. So you want to start the public hearing, Mr. Attorney?
Yes. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the agenda.
I think we're gonna all have to. I think everybody's been involved in conversation with somebody over this issue. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Williams?
Yes. For tab 11, right, I have had a communication with the attorney, and then I must disclose that on tab 10, whenever it comes up, that I have to recuse myself, and I've already filed my form for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Here, at this time, we can, if anyone has any issues with, or any disclosures with 10 or 11, just announce them now.
We need to verbally announce it, or can we show you? We're saying we've all had some sort of communication on 10.
Okay.
10. We're all 10. Okay.
I'm not 10, I'm 11.
10 and 12. 10 and 12.
So at this time, I'll ask the clerk to swear in any persons who wish to testify on any quasi-judicial item.
Now, for the record here, now, we talked about this earlier. If someone has filled out a comment card from the public, are they required to swear in at this particular time on any of these agenda items?
If anyone's wishing to speak on tab 10 or 11, they need to be sworn in by the clerk.
So to the public that filled out a card that want to speak on tab 10, you're going to need to stand up and be sworn in for the record if you want to speak. If you change your mind, it's okay, but that's the protocol, correct?
Right.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Please stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name, hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 11.
Tab 11 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning request by TT of Lucy, Inc. of an approximately 8.20 acre parcel from the agricultural AU zoning district to the retail commercial B2 zoning district for property located south of Southeast 8th Street, Southwest 28th Street, east of Southeast 6th Avenue, and northwesterly of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
Report from staff, Mr. Cordino.
Yes, sir. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the proposed ordinance requesting the rezoning from agricultural to B2 zoning district. The Planning and Zoning Board had reviewed this in March 9th and recommended approval 6-0. This is second reading. Again, we're recommending approval.
Any questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Mr. Flanagan.
Jeffrey Flanagan, offices at 3399 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant, available to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Flanagan? Any public comment? You're welcome to come at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion? Moved and seconded, and we're going to do a roll call on this one. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams? Councilman Maldonado? Yes. Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion carries.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Now, James, we go to the legislative portion, which would be tab 13, correct? Mr. Weiss, Mr.
Yes, if you want to get that one out of the way. Tab 13 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Chapter 22.5 Retirement Plans, Article 2 Police Officers Retirement Plan, in accordance with the favorable determination letter from the Internal Revenue Service by amending Sections 22.521 Definitions, 22.527 Deferred Retirement Option Plan Drop, 22.539 Contributions, amending 22.5615 Retirement Requirements, Contributions, amending 22.5615 Retirement Requirements, amending 22.562 Optional Forms of Retirement Income, 22.564B Direct Transfers of Eligible Rollover Distributions, amending Section 22.569 Separation from Employment, amending 22.570 Lump Sum Payment of Retirement Income, amending 22.571A, creating a new Section 22.572 Federal Tax Provisions, providing for repeal, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Report from staff, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached ordinance amending the Homestead Police Officers Retirement Plan. These amendments are required in order to receive a favorable determination letter from the Internal Revenue Service. There's no financial impact to the city or to the plans as a result of these changes.
Questions from council, Mr. Williams?
Oh, no, Mayor,
No, sir.
I'll just move the item, no.
Okay, sir. Any other questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. It's required by the IRS. Close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Move it. Moved. Is there a second, Mr. Williams? Yes, sir. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Vice Mayor Fairclough?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Tab 10, Mr. White.
Yes, Mayor, council members. Tab 10 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the development order of the Villages of Homestead, Development of Regional Impact, finding that said amendment does not constitute a substantial deviation, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading.
Staff report, Mr. Cordino.
Yes, sir. Staff is recommending the mayor and council approve the attached ordinance which amends the Villages of Homestead Development of Regional Impact. I have a brief presentation that I'd like to go through today to kind of explain where we have, what we have done and where we stand right now. So what I want to talk about today is give us a little history, talk about our first reading, and talk about our second reading. We arrived at this point because in January, we started working with the Keysgate Lands Trust, who submitted a letter to request a notice of proposed change to the Villages of Homestead DRI. This went to the Planning and Zoning Board in January, where they issued a denial. On April 20th, this came to council for the first reading. Staff at that time was recommending for approval of the ordinance with the condition requiring that the parcels designated mixed use could only be developed with a mix of both commercial and residential uses, single-family, multifamily, and townhomes to coexist on the same parcel, precluding the development of only residential or only commercial uses. The first reading, the applicant essentially requested 8 changes to 8 sectors of the DRI. And if you recall, we were moving units, residential units from sectors 1 and 10 into sector 9. We were moving open space from the golf course in sectors 8 and 12 to sector 1. We were changing the commercial space in sector 9 to mixed use space, and then changing the definition of mixed use as I had just mentioned. So at the first reading, we had a lengthy discussion, and the city council approved the item on first reading with the direction that the staff and the applicant get together and develop a modified request that more suited the needs of the council. And since that meeting, we have gone back and worked with the applicant, and what we're going to do now is present the negotiated issues that we have here. And I'm just going to walk through them one by one. There is a list of about 6 different things that are a little bit different from where we were in the past. So the first thing that we need to deal with is we've turned 4, the essence of this is we've turned about 4 additional areas into mixed use during this negotiation. And the mixed use is going to be in a general area around Kingman Boulevard. These are the 4 areas that have changed to mixed use. The first area is something that we call the sales center, and this is the area in Sector 9, which is about 14 acres. There is going to be a covenant on this mixed-use property that would ask it to be 100% commercial use in the future. The second area that we changed to mixed use is a site called the Doug site, and the Doug site is east of the sales center. It's about 8.6 gross acres, and it's going to also have a covenant that makes it 100% commercial in the future. The third area that is mixed use is going to be an area called the Coop site, which is in Sector 11. It's south of the school, you can see on Palm Drive, and it's about a 4.5 acre site, which is also going to be 100% commercial. Another area that was mixed use, and it will stay mixed use, is the Solera site. This is the site in the Park of Commerce, which is about 21.5 acres, that the agreement here, the proffer here was that there will be no single-family homes on the Solera site, that when the Solera site is developed it would be developed with a minimum of 15% commercial in a vertical mixed use, and the commercial would be along Kingman Boulevard. And finally, we've turned about a 30, acre site in Sector 10 from commercial to mixed use. And essentially, all of the commercial and mixed use in that area would be allowed to develop as mixed use. The essence of this is that what we tried to do by doing this is guarantee, and I believe we have an agreement that all of the mixed use acreage in the DRI will develop with a minimum of 25% commercial, and that stems from our research last month, where we looked at what percentage typically of commercial was in a mixed use area. It was between 20 and 30%, and so we agreed at that.
Joe, say that again for Mr. Burgess.
Okay, of all of the mixed use acreage in the DRI, we're guaranteing that this will develop at a minimum of 25% commercial.
You just said in section 14, it's 15%. So how is 25,
Well,
are you talking about section?
I'm talking about the gross acreage in the DRI. If you totaled all of the acres in the DRI, when it washes out, that will be developed in the aggregate at 25% commercial. Now, that being said, we've got the Solaris site, which will have a minimum of 15% commercial. We have 4 other sites that will be 100% commercial. We have some sites that will be able to develop as mixed use, whichever. But in the long run, we are guaranteeing that when it's all totally developed, it will be that all that striped mixed use area will be 25% commercial.
Okay, Ms. Vice Mayor has a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let me just say my comment first. I have a comment and a question. I'm very disappointed how all of this is playing out. I think it is dividing the community, and quite frankly, it may even divide the council, I'm not sure. But there has been a lot of bullying going on. I've been called racist, prejudice, bias, forcing me to recuse myself when there's no reason for me to recuse myself. No one up here should be subjected to bullying, and as leaders, we can't allow anyone to back us up against a wall to cower, but we must emerge as courageous. So I'm telling you, it's not fair for any of us up here to be subjected to that, and I'm disappointed how it's playing out. My question to you, Mr. Corradino, at the last meeting, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, the direction was for staff to meet with the applicant to work to develop a modified request that suited the desires of the council. And based on the minutes that I'm reading, the concern was about the definition of mixed use. We spoke about that ad nauseum. So now it appears as if the single-family homes on the Solaris site has been taken off. No one up here had a concern with single-family homes. In fact, I know the mayor was kind of on the fence, and he voted for it knowing that there was an opportunity for him to kill it later. But even you, Mayor, you agreed that there was a need for a higher-end residential. So where's this single family coming from? How did that get put on the table so that there's no single family on that site, knowing full well that the purchase of those homes would help rehabilitate the golf course? So whose desire was that? Because according to the minutes, it was no one's desire up here. So whose desire was that? Who was a part of this negotiation? Who put it on the table?
We worked with the applicant to develop this. We essentially looked at each of the tapes, looked at the comments that were made last time. It was our belief as staff that there was a desire to not do single-family homes.
By who? By who?
Staff, as we looked at this, there was a desire in general up here to not do single-family homes in the Park of Commerce.
Where?
I can't point to it specifically,
Nowhere.
but this
It was about the mixed use. The only concern that I saw, recall, and read, the concern was from our tenants, the track. that they were concerned, according to Mr. Nieto, the definition of mixed use and the encroachment of a single-family neighborhood. And he indicated, which I personally took offense to, he noted that people who buy mixed-use homes in an area where there is commercial are much less proactive. Those people don't complain, where I'm one of those people. I think I'm the only one up here that lives in a townhome. They won't complain than someone who is buying a single-family home. So that wasn't our concern, it was the TRAC's concern. So from April 20th until now, when did it become a desire of the council?
Want me to answer that?
Go ahead.
I believe it was a desire of members of the council to not have the mixed use, not have the single-family homes east of the Park of Commerce. And so we went about our negotiation like that, and that's what we did.
I don't see it in the minutes. If someone can point that to, who was in the meeting, by the way?
I was.
Okay. Is it now your position that you're not in favor of single-family homes and you would prefer 189 townhomes, up to 189 townhomes?
When we had the last meeting, and everybody put their issues and their comments and their concerns, everybody put their comments and concerns on the table. Part of the issue was, and to try to find common ground for everybody, to give us a proposal back that maybe would help solve this problem. And part of the issue was in defense of, possibly the Air Force. The TRAC obviously had issues with single family. Mr. Rosen wanted single family. The appropriate idea would be the single family be across the street. That would suffice with possibly taking away the concerns of the TRAC, possibly taking away the concerns of the noise contours when it comes to the noise generated from the Air Force and the aircraft flying over, because part of the issue is to try to attract the F-35 down here to replace the F-16. That was trying to find a compromise. Part of what was a problem for me as well was the fact that we were leaving no true commercial areas, and the point was to ask to see if we could find a way to get single-family homes for the developer in the place where it felt like it was the most reasonable, which is Section 10 and Section 11, the candy stripe area, because that's way too much townhome development as we look at it. So, yes, I was in the meeting trying to find common ground for everyone, and the applicant took that consideration through staff and brought that back as a consideration, because as you said, Vice Mayor, the last time, I definitely took the position that it was a little bit difficult to take into consideration all of what was being asked for, one fell swoop, taking all that candy stripe area and making it all possibly being townhome, residential, single-family residential, and independently of one another. So again, this is a compromise that again, from my perspective, to try to find a compromise.
Okay, with all due respect, Mayor, on page 11 of the minutes, your concern was the mixed use. But that's neither here nor there.
But at the same time, Vice Mayor, I did ask for them to take a better look at this, a little harder look at this, and come back with something that would be more suitable for everyone, meaning trying to appease, because at the end of the day, it may not. This may not be enough for the council to support. It may not be enough for anyone to support. But it was the attempt to try to bring back a compromise.
But if encroachment was the issue, this could have been solved if everyone would have acted professionally. And I know Councilman Burgess, he's a huge proponent on if there's a developer that comes in and there are concerns in the community, meet, talk about it, resolve it. And from what I understand, the applicant and our tenants, the TRAC, they haven't met. There has been a desire for one party to meet, but they haven't sat down to the table as professionals to discuss this. And as a result of that, we are here with the divided community that needs to be made whole again. It could have potentially been solved if a covenant of restriction would have been proffered for the TRAC, as we did with the base. If you're concerned about encroachment and noise, and those of us who are less proactive and won't complain, and those who are in single family that will complain, offer a restricted covenant contingent upon approval of this application. We're all adults here, but we haven't all been acting like adults, and I'm very, very disheartened about that. I reserve the rest of my comments.
And there is a restrictive covenant in there that's been proffered by the base. I think that Mr. Ventura.
But not the track.
Right. Well, Mr. Ventura put that through the process.
That's working together.
Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, just if I could, Joe, a few minutes ago, you were going through, and I don't want to interrupt. I want you to continue on with your stuff, but you made a comment. Whatever does that? You were talking about, or whatever they want to build. Is that what you're trying to state there?
I'm going to get to the next slide and I'll explain that. So basically, after we guarantee that 25% of the mixed-use area will be commercial through either through guaranteeing that 100% of those 3 areas will be commercial, 15% of the other area will be commercial. We've got a swatch that you'll see in the outline in sectors 10 and 11.
Please continue.
That
I just wasn't sure. I didn't know you were going to clarify that.
I'm going to clarify. So that will be mixed use. The definition of mixed use will then be the flexible definition of mixed use, which would add single family and add the word independently to it. So that the applicant will then be able to build in the sections highlighted in 10 and 11, a development that is either commercial, is either single family, is either townhome or multifamily. And the trade-off there was that if we were removing the ability to build mixed use in the Park of Commerce, that we needed to have somewhere else to put the ability to build single family in the Park of Commerce, that we needed someplace to put the single family. So we gave them, I think we've all agreed on an ample space where they could potentially slide the Solera project over into and develop that as single family in the near term. That was the thought process.
Anything else, Mr. Burgess?
Could possibly slide it, not a guarantee.
Oh, sorry. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Correct.
So they're able still then to do as they please out of those 3 uses for homes: single, multifamily, and townhomes, correct?
Correct, in that area marked in sectors.
No guarantees that that land would become single family.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, he can finish his presentation and I can get my response, or are you done?
You can. That's the essence of the presentation.
Okay.
What I was going to do is go through them sector by sector, but if you've got the gist of it, that's what we're doing, and we can just answer questions.
Okay. No, I was just going to chime in based on the comments of the Vice Mayor and saying that I was one that raised the issue of single-family homes at the last meeting. Yeah, I wasn't part of the majority as far as moving the process forward, but I had raised it as a concern of mine because I always envisioned this being a mixed-use site where you had commercial on the bottom and residences on the top, and kind of a true mixed-use or downtown feel. And so I didn't feel that single-family homes would provide for that ability to create that type of product. And so I was not favorable for single-family homes at the last meeting. I did express it. However, my primary concern was, as you stated, was the definition of mixed use. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that, and then I'll wait for the rest of my comments as this thing progresses.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just want to let the community know that if the single family isn't approved on the Solera site, then that is going to further delay the rehabilitation of the golf course, because there has been, I guess, extensive work put into the site plan process for the Solera site. So yes, we can move single family to another location, but that is going to delay the rehabilitation of the golf course. So I know there's a quick fix to move the single family, but it's going to delay the golf course.
Mr. Maldonado?
Thank you, Mayor. So from the last meeting that we had, I think that when I walked away from this, I singled out one issue, kind of put all the noise and opinions of what people have. We got your recommendation, that was from the NOPC. The single family home was to be added in there. Everything was approved. The one issue was the defining of the mixed use, and I know you said it. The finding of the mixed use, sat down, did some research. I'm sure that you guys did the same thing, and others within the community did the research as well, is what is mixed use? We did not have a definition. We didn't know if there was a percentage, what type of housing, and that's what I said when I was here last time, where when I picture a mixed use, you know, I'm thinking downtown Dayland, businesses in the bottom, residents on the top. But that's just one definition of many. And again, the second issue is the percentages. And so I see now that you've clarified the percentages, and I think that's a percentage that I read as well, which is like a 20%, 25% as a commercial, and the rest being residential. So I'm okay with that definition. So the question, I'm a little confused. The single family is allowed in this property or certain properties? Let's go back to that and well define exactly where it's going to be, where it can happen.
The single family.
And I say that because when I walked away from this, the single family home was defined within a certain area, which we were talking the Solara area. So that's when I walked away from this. It was like, we're okay with that, with the recommendation of of staff. So go.
Of all the acreage in the mixed use, if you look at the graphic, you see the candy cane striped parcels basically on either side of Kingman. The only areas where single family will actually be allowed will be inside the red box, which are a large area in Sector 10 and a small area in Sector 11. So if we go back, we'll start, let me go back a little bit and show you. So even though we call a lot of this stuff mixed use, we are putting covenants around the sales center, which will be 100% commercial, the Doug site just east of the sales center, which will be 100% commercial, and the Coop site, which is south of the school on Palm, which will be 100% commercial. Mixed single family will no longer be allowed in the Solara site. Solara, they're committing to developing as a vertical mixed use, which means that there'll be a commercial on the first floor of many of the units and residential on the second floor. So more of closer to the definition that people in the room believe mixed use should be. And it will be developed at minimum of 15% commercial. And that's pretty much it.
And so this one section here, let's keep going through there.
This guy here is where you're able to do single family.
Anything else, sir?
No, not for now.
Mr. Roth?
Yeah, about 10 minutes before our meeting started, we were handed this by the Speedway. And I think before we go any further and waste our time, is there anything in this from the city attorneys that is making any sense and we're in violation of anything? Did you get this?
Mr. White?
Yes, Councilman Roth, I received it just before the meeting started, so I haven't had time, I'm not prepared tonight to opine on that letter, or it's in the letter. I haven't had time to look at it, just received it at the beginning of the meeting.
I mean, they're calling out a lot of stuff in here that we might be doing inappropriately, so I just want I don't want to go forward wasting all this time and this all come back and hit us right in the face again. You know, we have to, it's not fair that they came to us 10 minutes before this meeting and handed all this stuff to us and then making these accusations that failure to comply with section 380.06. So it just, to me, if we're going to go through this whole debate and possibly spend 2 or 3 hours talking about this and come back tomorrow or get slapped with a lawsuit tomorrow that we've done something inappropriate, we may have to take a few minutes to figure this all out before we can even do anything or make any decision. I mean, are we failing to comply with section 38 or 380.06? I mean, I don't know. That's my question.
Well, I would say no, but I haven't had time to, I mean, they make 4 claims in this letter. They make claims with regards to issues with respect to the operating agreement that you all have with the Speedway. They make claims with regards to compatibility. They make claims with regards to compliance with 380.06. They make claims with regards to Bert Harris claims. So there's several claims in here, just in my brief cursory review of it, that are at issue in play. And unfortunately, on the fly, I can't analyze it and opine this evening.
I think this goes back to what Patricia said earlier. This is not the way adults usually act. I'll reserve the rest of my comments.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that I take concern with is Mr. Cordino said the needs of council. And to me, I rely on you. You shouldn't rely on me or the people up here to make professional decisions as to what zoning is good and what zoning is bad. So that concerns me, that we have now gone with a DRI that has been changed almost 17 times, I believe, since its inception. Master plan that was built back in 1975 or whatever and changed again in 95 is blown out of the window more times than we can count. So one of the things that I have a problem with is that we now have a DRI that has no plan. With the winds and the financial times, every time somebody sees an opportunity or whatever they think might be a little bit better, they come in here for a DRI change. And I know when I moved to Northgate in 1999 and to Eastlake in 2001, I thought that we were going to have some bigger and better things along Kingman Road, which have never come to life. And that can only go to one person, because those were part of the plans that I bought into back in 2001. They're not there today, and they're not going to be there with what's being presented today. So I've bought a home that is now not what I had bought into. The golf course is closed for some unknown reason. And as a citizen, I would like to stand at the podium and say there's a covenant, and that damn golf course should be open right now and should have been open for the last 16 months. But going back, have there been any, when you were in this meeting that you guys had, tell me what was said about the golf course. Was there a start date provided? Because I'm here to, a lot of these people are here tonight, and I read their articles in the papers, or I read their Facebook posts, come save the golf course. Are we voting on the golf course tonight? Can somebody tell me, are we voting on the golf course? Because I've been reading these agendas for 6 months, and I've not seen the word golf course in it yet. So maybe can the attorney tell me, am I voting on the golf course tonight?
Councilman Burgess, the only aspect of the golf course that you're voting on
Is 11 and a half acres. Not the opening, closing, redoing, or anything of the golf course, correct?
That is correct.
Have any permits been pulled since the last meeting or brought in? Any plans?
Not that we're aware. No, not that we're aware of. No, sir.
Is the golf course guy here? He was here at the last meeting. Is Mr. Fazio here tonight? Maybe he could share his plans with me that might sway me. No, Mr. Fazio. Because I'm not here to vote on the golf course tonight, unfortunately. There's only one man that controls the destiny of that golf course, and he's sitting in the room. Now, these 6 people sitting here have no control of the destiny of that golf course. Zero. And the destiny has been decided by the owner. And he's here tonight, and the councilwoman said, being bullied. I feel like I'm being bullied from that podium. Either give him the rights to this property, or he's not going to do the golf course, which makes half of the neighborhood happy and half of the neighborhood unhappy. So there's bullying going from both sides of the fence. And I think that. But I see the applicant here, and we're going to give away some recreation component, 11 and a half acres of the golf course, but there's no recreation reopened with it. They're going to take the land with no promises. And they can build townhouses on that 11 and a half acres if they want to. They don't have to put single-family homes over there on the golf course. And in a meeting with Patrick Gleber, he told me that's a great possibility that that's what they're going to do. So I just want everybody to be aware, we're not voting on a golf course tonight. You could get townhomes on that 11 and a half acres. I don't know if Patrick Gleber speaks for Mr. Rosen, but he did at that particular meeting that I had with him, or phone call. And I don't see how tonight, I mean, he hasn't brought anything forward, and if the vice mayor spoke correctly, she said without those single-family homes, there is no golf course, or something to that effect, because of some work that had been done and some arrangements that had been made, I think, through the realty company. But anyway, I want to leave it at that, because I don't see how we can even change a DRI master plan, because we don't even have a master plan. We've got 17 versions that have morphed into nothing but a mess. Traffic, overbuilt, headaches with no infrastructure to support the residents of Homestead, and especially the residents of Keysgate. And I'll save the rest of my.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilman Burgess, you are correct. We're not voting on a golf course tonight. We're voting on the ability to help finance the rehabilitation of the golf course.
But why is
Wait.
Hold on,
We're
Ms.
not. We're not. I'm an educator. I don't have the business acumen. But if I was a businesswoman, I would not invest $12 million of my own money into a project not having the cash flow or revenue to support it. So the single-family homes on the Solera site will financially support and sustain the golf course, because putting in $12, $13 million of your personal money and not having the revenue to sustain it is called deficit funding. And I don't know any business person in here or any of us in here that's willing to do that. I know I wouldn't. So this is allowing the applicant the opportunity to finance and sustain the golf course with the purchase and sale of those homes. And I think there is a conversation that we need to have with the developer about the golf course if this is passed. What is the commitment? What will be the commitment to rehabilitate the golf course? I totally agree, and we should have that conversation. But I also understand that if this is approved and the applicant is allowed to build single family on the Solera site, there's going to be appeals from the track, and they can speak to this, appeals from the track to delay to cause the applicant money and legal fees. What is this really about? For the life of me, I cannot understand this. It does not take us getting to this point. And I have a question to my colleagues. Those of you, who were in support of this, help me understand. You agreed to up to 189 townhomes over 91 single family on that site? I just can't understand that. Mayor, John, Shelley? No, I'm asking you, would you prefer up to 189 townhome units or mixed-use townhomes that could quite conceivably end up being rentals on that property over 91 single family? Help me understand that.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Maldonado?
I know that there was a lot of talk about opposition in regards to this project. And we know obviously the track has been against it. I got clarity from the base last time they were here that there wasn't opposition, there was just giving us a heads up that there is noise and you're not really crossing our paths, but we're here and we hear them. And so there's no, because I've been approached a few times about the base and encroachment. From the last meeting, just for clarity again, there was no issue. From staff, was there any issue in regards to the areas that we were talking about where there was encroachment or crossing over of the ACU's sites or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's a no from staff. The representative, I asked him last time, is on the record. If we have to go back, it's there. So just for clarity's sake, I know that there's no opposition from the base. It's just a heads up. We're gonna get some planes and they're gonna be loud. And I think in Homestead, we already know that. I mean, it's on our logo. And so the clarity on that. Now, my question is, are there any other businesses like Contender or the DEA or any other companies that are there that have objected to any of this, that have approached and made any formal objections?
No, sir.
Okay. And just quickly reading over this information that was given us from the Homestead Miami Speedway, they're talking about that they own over 120 acres of land in the DRI adjacent of the Speedway and 87 additional acres to the south of HMS uses during the motor events. have we, do we, I mean, is there a time that you're gonna define that area so that we know? Because I've heard it a few times, and we definitely want to be mindful to any business owners, but we'd like to know where it's at so that we know that what the zoning is and what's really possible to do there, because they're probably over the acres. I mean, you could buy a piece of property, and from my understanding, they've used it for parking, but they were never able to develop it. And so I need some help understanding if there's an issue where they're bringing this up, is how are we going to impact them? If that's a question, so.
I've not seen the letter, and I've not seen a map of the ownership of that land, so I'm not prepared to answer that right now.
So just some questions, and I know they're here as well, so maybe they could, answer that at some point. So those are just some questions I had and some clarifications that I wanted. Thank you. I'll reserve for my questions for now.
So we're going to have plenty of time for questions. Mr. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to respond, I think the key for me is make sure everyone understands that, my biggest concern that I have with this is the shift of control, the shift of policymaking from this council to the developer. And the changes that are being requested, specifically the definition of mixed use, by defining it as and/or independent, you are taking the ability to make those decisions as each project comes before us, and you're giving that 2-day, if it passes, to the developer to make those decisions on your behalf. And they can then bring back those projects that they believe is best for the community. And they may be the best for the community, but they also may not be the best for the community. And it may not be this developer. It may be another developer who buys this property, because we don't know how long it's going to take for this to be developed. And so the issue is that once you allow this power to be transferred, they bring the product back to you and they dictate what they can put there as a matter of right, versus us being able to say what we think should be there based on the nature of the community at the time that the product is brought before us. And so that's really my biggest concern about this issue. And that ties into this question about, I know from an argument's sake, it's always great to say 189 townhomes versus 91 single-family homes, because it makes a good argument. It illustrates the point. But at the same time, under that control theory, under the power that we have now as policymakers, the way it's currently written, we have the power, we have the control to say maybe it's not 189 total townhomes that go into that park or commerce at this particular moment in time. Maybe we want a better mixed-use product. Maybe we want it to be more commercial evenly across the board, which then would reduce the density on those products and give us more of something different. We have plenty of townhomes. We have plenty of single-family homes throughout our community. What we don't have is a unique product. A mixed-use product, which is what this was rezoned as, which would allow for these townhomes and the mixed use to be built on the same parcel, would give us something different, something unique, something here in the city of Homestead that we don't have on the east side of town. And so for me, it's not about the 189 versus the 91. It's getting something that we don't have. It's getting a uniquer product, and it's about retaining the policy and the control as policymakers to dictate what that product looks like. So even as it's proposed today by saying, well, now we're going to say a minimum of 15%, and it's being proposed as almost a quasi-site plan that's being incorporated into this DRI to say that the commercial is going to be right along Kingman Drive. Those are things that are starting to chip away on our discretionary authority to make those decisions. Because now, if it comes back to us in the future, the developer is going to say, you guys already saw this, you endorsed it, you approved it, even if 10 years from now we decide, why did we do that? We don't, it won't be us sitting there, it'll be other people sitting in that seat. And so right now we have the maximum discretion as policymakers to make these decisions in real time as they come before us. So each one of these things that we are giving up our ability to make these decisions in the future, that's my biggest issue with the way this is being presented to us today. And so that kind of answers some of the questions about why the opposition to single family. It's not the opposite. I'd prefer single family over multifamily anywhere right this second. But it's the fact that that single family will not give us the same flexibility to have a mixed use product. All it'll have the ability is have single family with mixed use somewhere in the mix. That's not a unique product. And the other problem is that with this independent language, with the definition of mixed use, the and/or and independent gives the developer the ability to come and only build single family with no mixed use, only build multifamily. So even in the mixed use that's being proposed to date, because it has this independent language, they could come back and determine that the market is better served by building townhomes instead of single family, and we get nothing but multifamily products, and there's nothing we can do at that point to stop it, because they have, as a matter of right, the ability to build those townhomes. And so that kind of is the issues that I have, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question to Mr. Corradino. The city of Homestead has property in close proximity, not within the Park of Commerce, plus or minus 9 or 10 acres in the vicinity, correct?
Right there.
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's, if you look at the map, it's the triangular portion. Oh, shoot. Lucky. Oh, darn it. It's the triangular portion of land south of the school, south of the ball field. It says commercial residential. It's about 9.57 acres.
With the mixed-use designation, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Right, so my question is, what if the city decides to do something with that property? Then are we gonna come back and get opposition from the tract?
You have to ask the track.
Just thought I'd put that out there.
Let me just make a couple comments because, you know, the real problem or the real issue was, if you sat up here at the first reading, the council was really all over the place. And the onus fell on me to either pass it on first reading or kill it on first reading. I made the choice to send it back to staff, back to the applicant, to try to find middle ground. That's the only reason why, because if you look at the current plan that we have now, there are no single-family homes in that candy-striped area. There's nothing but townhomes. So in a reasoning for looking at the best interest of the city, we need to do something to create some single-family residences available in the area of all that candy stripe that we see. That's way too much townhome. And in the spirit of trying to find compromise, again, listening to everybody's concerns and sitting down with just trying to find common ground, the only group of people that could not be satisfied in this are the people that are on the golf course. Because we cannot mandate that this developer, we can't give him anything from zoning and then require him to do a golf course. We can't do that. It's illegal. So, you know, I think the comments that were made from the very beginning are very telling. It's Mr. Rosen's golf course. It's his prerogative to build it or not build it. We can't mandate it. This was an attempt to try to find middle ground. Again, when you look at the concerns of the racetrack, they do rent the facility that you own. There's only one real operator for a NASCAR venue. It's the one that you have. We had this happen to us years ago with the Cleveland Indians. We built a beautiful baseball stadium, and conditions were such that they left us. Not saying that that's going to happen again, but it did happen in the past, and we still have the same facility with no professional baseball. So as we move forward, my concept was, let's try to find something that we can all live with. And again, at the end of the day, the only thing that I could not talk to anybody about, we could not legislate, was something to do with the solving of the golf course question for the community. And that's troubling. That's troubling because that's really been the bread and butter of why we're here. That's what everybody thinks we're here to do, is solve the golf course issue, and we really can't. I look at it from a perspective of, look, we've got to have single-family homes, and we've got to find some way to do it. Not doing anything with this, the applicant has the right to build only commercial and townhomes. If it was a failed effort on my part, my intentions were solid, to throw something back to the council, because I was put in that tough position as the one vote, the one swing vote. And if you all were here, I left the room with clear intentions that I had no problem voting against this application, none whatsoever, because I felt like we could do better. I felt like the applicant asked more than he should have. That's his job. He asked for as much as he can get, and we give as much as we can give. Too much commercial was lost. We need job creation. These corners that have been carved out in this discussion are commercial corridors. We need to be able to have the ability to put something on there rather than just houses, and much less just townhouses. So we've got to come to grips with our definition and I agree, we are giving up something, and we're giving it up in sections 10 and 11, and we're taking it back through restrictive covenants or added verbiage to the DRI, and I preferred restrictive covenant because it goes with the land. And in this particular case, in the Park of Commerce where we have the candy stripe mixed use, I think covenant should be added there. That way, we don't ever have to worry about somebody coming back, buying that piece of property and saying, look, I'm going to go back and try to change the DRI. No, you can't do that because a covenant was put on that piece of property that no single family will go in there. So, you know, my intentions were solid. My intentions were sound. Trying to realize, as everybody's alluded to, we're on opposite sides of the fence here. Clearly on opposite sides of the fence. We've got economic engines in this town, and Mr. Rosen is one of them. When he builds a house, it creates tax revenue. It creates services that we provide. The racetrack is an economic engine. We can't turn our back on that. The Air Force is an economic engine. We can't turn our back on that. So the concept is, yeah, can we all just get along? We're having a hard time right now. But I tried to work with everyone in everyone's best interest because I put myself on the line. And it wasn't a very comfortable 4 weeks for me because I agree with most of the comments up here. A lot of tactics going on behind the scenes that really kind of upset your stomach about you up here just trying to do the right thing. And so it's going to be a question of if we do nothing, we have 150 acres of townhomes and some commercial in there. If we do something and find some common ground and put some single-family residential where it doesn't impact people negatively or the impression of being impacted negatively, we're still getting single-family. The revenue that Mr. Rosen needs to build the golf course is still there. Is it 6 months later? I don't know. Is it 6 years later? I don't know. There is no commitment to the golf course yet. I can't get a commitment. They can't get a commitment to the golf course. That's the problem. That's the struggle that we're in because we want to take care of the community the best way we can. The golf course isn't on the table. So I'll leave it with that, but I just want to tell my colleagues of the council, I'm not trying to take over your jobs. I was put in a very tough situation in the last meeting, and I tried to bring something back that hopefully we could still continue to massage and make better. We got real people in the room with real questions and real problems. So, Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for your candid remarks. I agree with you. We can't turn our backs on those major players in our community, and I've never turned my back on anyone. I've supported everybody, the track, the MAC, the residents, everybody. So I'm not here to beat up on the track at all. I have much respect for you and what you do and the economic engine that you provide to our community. But I feel as if we could have met in the middle. There could have been a consensus. We have restricted covenants going on. Why couldn't we have a restricted covenant for the track to address the encroachment and the noise issue? That could have been a consensus. But it appears as if the track isn't willing to do that. And from what I see, the track is like, they're ready to gang up on us. I see public records requests. I see this packet 10 minutes before the meeting. I mean, it's not right and it's not fair. And this could have been solved with a covenant of restriction. But that's just my take on it, I guess. I don't know what the track's position is. I'm sure they'll speak on that. But we could have solved this, Mayor, with a covenant of restriction like we did for everything else.
Okay, so let's get the applicant up and get some of the other comments because we've all kind of gone around the table and put our information our information out there. Mr. Orza? We'll open up the public hearing at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. 1 second. I just want to put my... on both. Mayor Hugo Arza, offices at 701 Brickell Avenue, joined this evening by my colleague Alex Arias. We appreciate the opportunity to present before you and council this evening. I want to start out and thank staff once again for their continued efforts to work with us. I think we all, and in listening to all of you, what I came away with was that these things are a process, and you need to try and work through the problems and the issues that you have. When we left here last month, the message that I heard was that we needed to see if we could find some compromise position. And you know, Vice Mayor Fairclough, I appreciate what you've said about the single-family home proposal. I mean, at the end of the day, that was our proposal because we think it's what's best for this area and for this community. From someone who's been, you know, an economic engine in this community also, and I appreciate the mayor saying that for as long, frankly, as the track and just about anyone else. But we also understand and recognize that you need to find some consensus, and you need to find an ability for a majority of folks in your position to make a vote and to take a vote and recommend approval of something. And so, you know, we listened and we walked away and we listened and said, what can we do to try and assuage those concerns that we heard on that evening? And so there was the council's concerns regarding mixed use and how do we quantify that and how do we develop it and how do we ensure that we get something that we would like to see. And frankly, there was also the tracks concern, and we heeded it. Maybe we shouldn't have. I don't often say that. I don't often stand up in a public hearing and say maybe we made a mistake by listening and trying to assuage their concerns. But we did that. We came to staff and worked with them on a compromise proposal that you have before you today that assuages the one concern that they brought up the last time, which was that they didn't want single-family homes east of Kingman on the Solaro site. That was it. We don't hear further from them until 15 minutes before this hearing. There's really no other way to call it but of just a transparent and blanket attempt to delay this process further, to put you in the position that Councilman Roth correctly identified today by asking your terrific city attorneys to opine on a 6-page letter 10 minutes before a meeting. There's absolutely no excuse for that. With the amount of resources that a publicly traded company has, they should have been able to get that letter sooner than 15 minutes before this meeting if they wanted those concerns to be taken seriously. But you know what? You're not paying me to be your city attorney, but I'm gonna go ahead and answer and tell you that the proposal before you today meets your laws and state law. We're confident of that. We're confident that your council would not be allowing that proposal to go forward today if that wasn't the case. We're confident that your planners would have stopped this process at some point and said, you're not meeting state law, you need to do this way, you need to do this that way. So let's not let a letter presented 15 minutes before a meeting take us away from where we are today. And so we did. We did bring forth a proposal that assuages the track's concerns, whether we should have or not. But more importantly, quite frankly, we brought forth a proposal and worked with staff and worked with the mayor in a long meeting on a Monday afternoon to come up with something that we thought would identify those major issues that you had told us last month. That you wanted to see commercial development, that you wanted to see some integration of uses, and that you wanted to see and make sure that there was a certain amount. And no one had that number. We didn't have a crystal number. We didn't have a crystal ball last month. And we still, frankly, don't have a crystal ball. But you're policymakers. You're not, you know, fortune tellers. What you need to do is say, well, is this good enough for our community? And we think that the proposal that you have before you today is good enough for this community. I want to highlight and it's really ends up being the exact same board. What I did is I blew up, I promise I didn't actually consult with Mr. Corradino, but we blew up and we identified the exact same issues and the exact same area and talked a little bit about it. And really what it comes down to is two distinct portions of one proposal. The Solera site. We decided that east of Kingman, on that Solera site, we would propose and leave in what we can do today, the 189 multifamily townhome units, but that we would, in an effort to try and incorporate commercial mixed uses on that site, we would commit in a covenant to developing that site with a minimum of 15% live-work units. And To Councilman Shelley, who expressed the desire to see vertical. And I want to talk a little bit about, when we're west of Kingman, we're going to talk a little bit about horizontal mixed use. East of Kingman, we can provide what you're talking about, and also I think what Councilman Maldonado referenced when he said a downtown Dataland. This isn't downtown Dataland. And even in your own city, you have places that are better equipped for vertical mixed use. In fact, we're standing 50 feet or 50 yards from an area that I hope 10 years from now will have that vertical mixed use because it's next to a busway, because it's in a place where it belongs. But despite that, we understand that you can have some pockets of this in other parts of a community. And so what we did is we put it in the Solara site. And we said, we'll do live-work. And for those of you that are not familiar, a live-work unit is a unit in which residents will live upstairs, and then we'll have commercial uses on the downstairs floor. You know, small retail uses, community uses. You don't want to be driving into an area like this, huge amounts of traffic. You know, commercial brings, you know, a multiple of 5 to 10 times the amount of traffic to a site that residential does. If you were to develop any parcel you take, if you were to develop it entirely with commercial versus entirely with residential, the commercial site's going to have 5 to 10 times more traffic. So you have to balance that. And we've heard concerns about traffic in the past. And so you try and balance those things. And that'll be important when we talk about the west side of Kingman of 152nd. So on the Solara site, we made a commitment in a covenant that has already been proffered and reviewed by your council that says that Solara site will have a minimum of 15% along Kingman of live work. You will have that integrated vertical upstairs living, downstairs commercial retail space. We heard you. We heard that that was a desire to have some of that in this area, and that's where we're proposing it. Like I said, we also heard that we were, that we didn't have, that the definition didn't talk too much about, you know, how much is enough and how much is too much and how much, you know, how do we get to that magic number? And like I said, there is no magic number. It's because every community is different, every area is different. The fact is that there's been a lot of these sites that have been commercial for a long time and are not developed. That indicates, typically in a market that works, in an efficient market, that indicates that there isn't a great demand for that. But we do understand that there will continue to be demand, particularly as some of these candy cane areas are developed with residential uses. And so we looked at it, and on the west side of Kingman, we said, you know, mostly on the west side except for the one 8.66 acre parcel, we said, where should commercial go, and how should we determine that it fits in this area and that it should be part of this entire community? And that gets to the horizontal mixed use. It is unrealistic to expect 80 or 100 acres of vertical mixed use, Councilman Shelley. I mean, they don't have that in downtown Dayland. The reality is that what we thought made the most sense, and that we think it is secondary. Listen, I get paid to express, and I think as the mayor said it, you know, we get paid to ask for as much as possible, and all of you have to make a decision of how much can this community and the city give, and that's normal and that's fine. But we felt that the mixed-use component on the east side of Solara that we were proposing was the right amount for there. And then on the west side, what made sense was to say the commercial needs to be on areas that will have enough traffic to support that commercial in the long run. And what is that going to be? It's going to be properties that front on Canal. It's going to be properties that front on Palm. Okay? It's not going to be in the middle of a community where folks have to drive out of the way and where the only folks that will ever go there will be the folks that live around. No commercial establishment can thrive like that. They just can't. There just isn't enough rooftops. There isn't enough demand for something like that. So what we did and said was, okay, in trying to find this master plan and trying to find this idea of how do we make sure that moving forward you all see this integration in this mixed use, let's designate those parcels within the mixed use district that must be commercial parcels. That will be the commercial components of a horizontal mixed use community in the future. Doesn't have to be vertical. Doesn't have to be that folks live on top and the residential and the commercials downstairs. It can be that folks live here and 50 yards or 100 yards away or a block or two away there is a commercial establishment for them to go to. And so that's what we did. And so the same covenant, the same binding commitment, so that you can't change it unless it's the wish of this council or some future council to change it, said, okay, let's take the 3 sites, the 2 on North Canal and the site on Palm Drive, totaling about 25 or so, 26 acres, and let's designate those mixed use, but let's put a covenant that they must be commercial, that those sites must be commercial. That doesn't mean that there can be no other commercial. I mean, it may be that in that center, the large area, the area that you have outlined up there down the road as development happens. I mean, that's a 70-acre tract. Someone may find that down the road there is additional opportunities for commercial, and they may bring some more commercial. But you are guaranteed with this proposal that you will have a minimum of 25% commercial in the mixed-use category in this DRI. We do this across town and look at this quite, in many respects, and that is, and I think Councilman Maldonado said it, that is a very healthy percentage for any development to sustain, to have a minimum of 25% and possibly more down the road. And so, we took that request that all of you had last month seriously, and we said, listen, we want to meet and take a step closer and meet halfway. And city has worked with us and tried to find accommodation. And again, I thank Mr. Cordino, your manager, Mr. Gretzis, who was there for the entire time and made sure that we stayed on task and moved forward. And Mr. Porter, Mayor Porter, who was there to help us understand how he viewed this. And we tried to take all of those things into account. And so what you have before you here today is a plan that meets your city's code, that has been blessed, that does not need to go back to any state agency, because the reality is that mixed use is already an approved use and category in the DRI, and we know that. And I'm hitting some of these because these are the things that I very quickly was able to look at the letter that came in 10 minutes ago about the things that we can throw up against the wall to try and delay a process. It meets every single one of the requirements of state law. It meets every single one of the requirements of your city's code. It hopefully addresses your concerns. Ultimately, that is what matters the most. We want to make sure that we are building something or proposing something that will be an asset to this community. There's been a lot of talk about the golf course. I will be happy to say that, as Vice Mayor Fairclough stated, there's a delay process. I mean, the single-family home site, Solara as a single-family home site is virtually finished from a development standpoint, drawing plans, paving and drainage, architectural plans. A lot of work, months, close to a year's worth of work. The reason that we cannot, the reason why if that is single-family, there's an opportunity to move forward as soon as that project gets going. And if instead the proposal before you here today, which does not include single-family on there, doesn't allow us to make that same commitment, is simply a commitment of time and resources. And as Vice Mayor Fairclough said, you just can't foolishly throw money away. I mean, you need to have, it's a business. And I make no apologies for, on behalf of my client, for being a good businessman and saying, well, I've got to now start from scratch on single-family homes and move forward.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Arza.
Yes.
Clearly, the DRI does not allow single-family homes in the Park of Commerce right now.
It does not.
Right.
Correct.
So by the fact that you said you went and did single-family homes in there, and now it may not be available, that's never been available in the first place. So whatever single-family design, build, drawings, money, all that wasn't allowed there.
No, I understand.
So but let's be clear. Fast-tracking it is one thing, but then being a little misleading about the fact that you went on ahead with a set of plans that wasn't allowed in an area that you wanted to have something done. So just from that perspective, just to be clear, okay?
And I appreciate that, and the only thing I would say about that is that, again, as I think Vice Mayor Fairclough and others have said, I don't think anyone anticipated that a reduction of 50% of units and more single-family and fewer townhomes would be met with resistance, quite frankly. And again, maybe that's an error in calculation, but an error in judgment on our part. Because I have been before this council, fortunate to say that I've been before this council many times over the last several years, and there's one thing I take away often, and I hear loudly, which is we'd like more single-family homes. And I still, for the life of me, can't quite understand why fewer single-family homes across the street from where they would be allowed today, if you look at the area that is highlighted up there, and then look at the Solara site, how some homes that might be 100 or 200 or 300 yards closer to a private, publicly traded, multi-billion-dollar company is somehow sufficient good reason for denying it. Because let's be candid, if the racetrack isn't here opposing single-family there, chances are that this is, we would have all been home and watching whatever game of the NBA playoffs is going on tonight. So we're here, and there's a challenge to single family in that site solely because, you know, we didn't anticipate that the racetrack would object to half the density, a lot less traffic, maybe in a veiled attempt because, as Vice Mayor Fairclough said, folks who own homes are more active than folks who own townhomes. I don't know. I still don't understand it. They've never been able to explain that. Sure, they'll have their opportunity to explain once again. Their point has been, build what you're allowed to build. We're now doing that. We're now doing that. So, you know, Mayor Porter, and I think that's why you're absolutely right. We didn't have the right to do that, but it was hard to believe at any point along the way until the last 30 or 40 or 60 days that anyone would have had problems cutting density in half. That just never happens. I do this for a living. It just never happens. So there's really no easy way to conclude without saying that we hope that what you take away from my presentation this evening and from the efforts of Mr. Rosen is a willingness to move forward and find a compromise position. We would love, Vice Mayor Fairclough, to be building single-family homes there. We still think that's the best use. That's why we propose that use. We understand that there are a lot of folks, and we need to find a majority of votes. It's a simple reality. And so what we've done is tried to accommodate as many opportunities as possible. We are happy to build and move forward under the covenant that we've proposed today, that we offered last time and that we've refined and proposed for this meeting today, to limit those uses on the Solara site, to include the vertical mixed use on the Solara site, to identify commercial pads in the mixed use, in the rest of the mixed use area, which total approximately 25% minimum. Again, that middle parcel may end up with more commercial down the road. It just doesn't have to be commercial. We are happy to do that and move forward in an effort to move this community forward. The reality is that the sooner we can get all of this going, then the sooner we can re-engage in those conversations about the golf course or anything else. We thought we were further along with a single-family home site proposal. We may have to take a step or two back, but that's okay. You know, Mr. Rosen's been here for 20, 25 years, maybe longer, in this area as a landowner, as a developer. He obviously doesn't take a short-term view. We'll take a step back, and we'll do that. So, again, I urge you this evening to adopt the proposal before you, if it's to your liking. We are certainly happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions that I have. Certainly, I'd like to reserve some time. Mayor Porter, at first reading, I didn't stand back up. I suspect that someone's going to come up and probably reiterate or read a 6-page letter, and I may have some additional comments that I'd like to address at that point. Thank you again for your time this evening.
Mr. Burgess has a question. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arzer, for being here tonight again. Just a quick question. These two parcels that you're proffering, what is the zoning on those today?
They're commercial. Do we have the?
Correct. That's correct. They're both commercial today.
Right.
So you're not really proffering us anything that we don't already have. Because they're zoned commercial, you'd have to come back in and ask for a change to begin with, correct? So they're already zoned commercial. You would have to come back in to try to change those. All you're doing is saying, hey, we're going to leave them there because they're already that way.
Well, we had made the commitment at the last hearing.
I'm just asking you, they're already zoned commercial. You would have had to come back to us to change it anyway, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you said the only problem in your eyes were the single-family homes in Solera at the last meeting. But I have a different opinion, and I think I stated it last. The mixed use that's being proposed is a huge problem to me because the city has nothing left once we give that out. Whether it's Mr. Rosen that keeps the property, Mr. Rosen sells it to somebody, one of your other clients, and they come in, they're expecting to do whatever they want to do on that piece of property. We may sit here tonight and say it's going to be 20 acres of single-family homes, but they could come back in and try to change it again if it's underneath that candy cane stripe, I believe. So that was the problem that I had last time.
I'm sorry, Councilman. Are you talking about the Solara site?
I'm talking about all of it.
Okay.
All of them. And we don't even show the golf course 11.5 acres on here anywhere, but that could be, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cordino, but that would be a candy cane stripe piece of property also, right?
No, sir, I don't believe
I thought you said it could be mixed use with anything on it.
I did not.
Not commercial, but townhomes.
No, sir.
You said earlier it could be townhomes. I asked you.
I don't believe I said that.
Yes, you did. So but that's what I take away with. And you talked about how we have mixed use already in the city. But our mixed use is defined a whole lot different than what's being offered here tonight and been discussed over the last couple of weeks, or a couple of meetings, I mean. And then you went on and said that, well, there's not enough rooftops. Well, we've got 9,000 rooftops, or approximately 9,000. How many rooftops do we need over there to support commercial?
Well, I mean,
Since you're coming an opinion, we don't have enough, maybe you have a number.
No, I don't, there's no hard and fast number, but again, an efficient market tells you what you need, and if sites have remained vacant for a long time.
Well, unfortunately, Homestead took a beating in 2007 and 2008, but we're now coming back, and you can see next to Contender, there's a AC manufacturing plant that's under contract out there. There's another warehouse being built, and we've got two distributors that would probably bring between 250 and 400 trucks a day in and out of that Park of Commerce at one way, that are both have contracts on property out there.
Right. Well, and
So
we're
just
not touching that.
Right, and I understand that, but that's going to be another issue. These people are going to hear trucks from other places over there. And then the last thing is, and you stated it, there is no definitive date for a golf course, other than that it's delayed if tonight goes through. So what are these? What's the answer to these poor people? We don't have a golf course for them?
The answer is that, our hope had been that the Solaris site would allow us to move forward immediately, once we could start building that community.
That site could be built across the street.
But we have to start, right.
20-some acres is 20 acres.
Sure, to the mayor's point, you're absolutely right, but to the mayor's point, I mean, obviously you can't just flip the plans over to some other piece of land. You got to design it for that area, and that'll take some time. I mean, months to a year. I mean, unfortunately, the process I'm very familiar with, a development process that not only includes your city, but also includes the
My
county.
favorite word, this DRI is too fluid.
To
And
what?
You used, the plans are fluid. This DRI has too much fluid in it and always changing, and nobody can catch up with it. And the poor citizens are the ones left holding the bag. Thank you.
Sir, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I have a quick question, Mr. Hugo Arza. So are you saying if the Solera site, if we permitted single-family homes built on the Solera site, you could move very quickly with the rehabilitation of the golf course? Because that's what everybody is here for. They don't care about all the zoning stuff. They want to know when that golf course is going to be rehabilitated.
Yeah, I mean, the only concern, obviously, that we would have, that none of you can control, unfortunately, is that I would expect that the racetrack would appeal. And so,
I mentioned that earlier, that there had,
I
been
mean,
some.
we can't, I mean, whereas we would have hoped that we could move forward immediately, I mean, at a very minimum, we're going to wait for an appeal period to expire and expect that there be.
I would hope that if this is approved for single-family on the Solera site, that the track wouldn't appeal. I would hope that in a spirit
understand.
of.
That would be our
of
hope, too.
Collegiality. So if this proposal passes as it has been written, the single family will move to a different site, and that will require you to start over with the site plan process.
Correct. We can build single-family west of
Right.
Kingman.
West of Kingman. But then how long do you anticipate something like that would last, going through that site plan process?
Rather than being in a position to move forward with a site plan in the next 2 months, probably 2 to 3 months, it would probably take us 9 months to 12 months. That's
9 months to a year.
Right, 9 to 12 months, 9
Push
months to a
back.
year to get to the same point. So it's roughly a 9-10 month delay from.
So there is a commitment to rehabilitate the golf course, but it's a matter of timing when the shovels will get in the ground.
Right, and it has to make economic sense. I mean, it's a pretty simple and bedrock principle of this country. I mean, it's something that has to make economic sense, and it doesn't make economic sense to start doing something today with no sources of revenue. When we get closer to those sources of revenue, we can certainly speed up that process. I do think that some, and I know that the last time I didn't mention it, there have been demo permits for the clubhouse. I mean, there is some work that's ongoing.
Talk about the work that has been done.
But I know that the clubhouse, there have been demo permits for the clubhouse that trying to get it to the point where it can be rebuilt. I know that there have been some design plans for what the new clubhouse will look like, and Mr. Rosen has continued to work on those. But obviously, the hard and costly effort of rehabbing the golf course and spending the $10, $12 million that it will take to do that we cannot commence until we feel confident that we've got a revenue source that supports that. And without single-family home sites there, without the ability to move forward quickly because we have a plan that could move quickly, having to go back and take 2 or 3 steps back, redesign, work with our engineers, and deal with all of that, we're just looking at a delay for that.
So the Solera site is very critical.
That's why we filed our application the way we did, Madam Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you.
Mr. White, with regards to the covenants, because the covenant is different, because if without a covenant, again, somewhere down the road, someone could come in and say, well, it's commercial now, but let's just change the DRI again, and it can be changed to something else. But if the covenant says it has to stay commercial, it's very hard to take that covenant off, correct?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. The way that the covenant is drafted, it's a covenant that runs with the property, with the land. So regardless of what happens with the DRI or what color may change on the map, the covenant that restricts the property to be solely commercial, built exclusively and solely as commercial, runs with the land, and it can only be modified or amended in writing by both parties. So that would require you as the council to, at a public hearing, to release it or modify it. That's the only way in which the covenant could change or be modified.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that it is a more restrictive process than just modifying the DRI.
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Maldonado?
Thank you, Mayor. I think one of the things that Mr. Arza mentioned that's kind of been my concern, and in regards to, this is something I think we could have been done with, and we could have been moving forward with a lot of the ideas that we had with the original proposal with the single-family homes in the Solara site. And then the only reason that is here today, still today, is just because of the opposition from the racetrack. Not from the base, just from the racetrack. So my question to you would be, was there any discussion or any factual information that you've had a ability to have a discussion with them to find out as to the purpose why this is not happening or they were opposing it?
I mean, Councilman, good question. No, I mean, I know Mr. Rosen, I mean, no one's contacted us. No one's, tried to find any compromise position. I mean,
because
4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I mean, I think that Mr. Rosen and the track worked together when the track needed some changes to the DRI. So I suspect they have his phone number. I'm fairly confident of that. They never reached out once. I do want to make, and thank you for reminding me, one other issue and concern, because we addressed it, I glossed over it this evening. We do have the full support, with the full approval of the Air Force Base covenant this evening. Mr. Ventura sent an email earlier today that the covenant that we proposed and some changes that he asked for that we made fully satisfied the Air Force Base. So it's not every day that I can take an issue completely off the table, but we have their support with the covenant that we've proposed, and we're appreciative of that.
That's it, Fran. That one question for now.
Let me ask Mr. Ventura to come up. If
Of course.
You're pretty much, I mean, obviously you can come back, no doubt.
Yeah, I didn't know if anybody else had questions for me. I'll take my.
We'll just let's just kind of move just a little bit more. We'll get back to you. But
thank you.
I'm sure we'll get back to you.
I won't be far.
Mr. Ventura, we'll take your word for your word.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, again. How can I help you?
Name and address for the record, and explain. I know there's the declaration you're fine with, except what is there? You need some condition of development order. Is that what you said? We need to make sure that that's part of the process.
Larry Ventura, Homestead Air Reserve Base. Yes, we had, what we had said at the previous meeting is that, excuse me, I got a little cold this evening. The area where homes are proposed, the residential units were proposed, what we'll call the site where they were going to have the 91 single-family homes, was next to the approach pass to the airfield, and that aircraft do fly by that area. And while our sound contours are not out that far, we are expecting, DOD willing, the F-35 to come to Homestead, and it is a much louder aircraft. In order to head off any issues that the base or the city of Homestead might have with residential complaints. We had asked that, and the developer proffered a covenant of restrictions to prevent anyone living there from in the future filing complaints with the base, trying to curtail the mission, shut down the mission, suing the Air Force, et cetera. So I would like to make a point of clarification here. Residential to us is residential, people are people. So whether it was single family or whether it was townhomes was neither here to us, it was simply that it was residential. So that covenant has been proffered. It is, we accept it as is. You each have a copy in front of you. Our concern tonight is that if the council chooses to go forward with this, that of course is your decision. If you do that, we would like that the covenant be made a condition of the approval to make sure it is on the record and official. That's about all we have from the base. Have I answered everyone's questions?
We just wanted to get it on the record because I wanted
That end,
the
there
condition of
was-
the development order. Mr. White, you?
Yes, Mayor, that's not a problem. So in the development order, we can add it as a condition as proffered by the applicant to those restrictions, conditions, and obligations.
I do have one other thing I'd like to clarify. Again, there has been a lot of talk about the base objects, the base supports. I heard tonight, the base objects, the base supports. The base, again, is here in advisory capacity. We had concerns about residents who might live there. We are taking steps to protect them, to protect us, to protect the city. Okay, we are not here in support or objection to the application. We are here to look out for the residents and the base and the city. And they have been satisfied through this covenant of restrictions.
Thank you, sir.
All right?
Thank you very much. Mr. Beecher, I know you have your team here. Would you like to come up at this time? Thank you. Thanks, Jose.
Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the council, my name is George Lopez. Our law office is at 131 Madera Avenue in Coral Gables. I am joined here tonight by co-counsel Pablo Acosta, Gabe Nieto, and Scott Cole, representing Homestead Miami Speedway and its parent company, International Speedway Corporation. And as you mentioned, Mr. Beecher and Mr. Garcia are also here present. We rise in opposition to this application, proposing the 19th Amendment to the Villages of Homestead DRI. On a point of personal privilege, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recognize former mayor, commissioner, and I believe candidate to the legislature, Linda Bell, who is smiling in the back here. And in recognition of her service, I appreciate the opportunity to say so. We also have some slides that at the appropriate time we'd like to introduce into the record and show you as I proceed with our presentation. A little bit has been said about our letter. Apparently no good deed goes unpunished. And Mr. Mayor and council members, in fact, you have received our correspondence to you in an attempt to expedite this hearing tonight, not to go through every single point of our legal basis and factual basis upon which we believe set forth the record of our concerns, legal objections, and exposing why this application is flawed and therefore should be denied as a matter of law. Mr. Mayor, as a matter of process, I'd also like for you to reserve for us the right to cross-examine the appropriate witnesses and reserve some time for rebuttal at the end of the public hearing. So to the matter at hand, Mr. Mayor, you in particular set the tone previously as to why we're here tonight. In first reading, this council approved by a majority vote this application, and you set out specifically, and I quote from the record, "Figure out what we can come up with within the next week, I mean the next meeting, but realizing that the major sticking point in the city council generally feels they don't feel comfortable giving up the mixed-use description to have the word independent." So there's a lot of conversations that we're hearing here tonight about other things, but the truth is that as your vote, majority approving first reading, there was a very clear directive to your staff. Now, our letter addresses many of the points that are relevant. I'm going to focus on 3 of them. The first is that by your own motion and your own statements here tonight, as part of this record, your staff recommendation, which is the only competent evidence that you have to base your decision on, is no longer a professional recommendation, and I'll highlight that for your benefit. It is now a political solution. It is no longer a professional recommendation. It is basically a political solution and cover for your political decision. Under state law, that is not appropriate, and we will make every effort to confirm that for you, the council, the city, the taxpayers, and the residents of this great city. Number 2, we will demonstrate to you how this application under Florida law is unreasonably and unfairly burdening the uses of our property, 207 acres that we own and our corporation owns. So I repeat, we will demonstrate with these slides, in particular and other testimony that's already part of your record and the letter in particular, that this application unreasonably and unfairly burdens the use of our property, 207 acres. And then finally, I added this one as I was listening to the conversation, the colloquy between the council, the mayor, and the applicant and your staff. We need to clarify once and forever that this application has nothing to do with the golf course, except for the 11 acres as properly described. While the opinion of council may be that it's prudent, it's wise, it's agreeable, it's desirable, it's necessary, none of that is competent, substantial evidence to support a legislative decision that affects people's property rights. Maybe we should talk a little bit about property rights. As council has indicated, the city has property rights, and it is incumbent upon you to protect your own city property rights on behalf as stewards for the residents of the city of Homestead. So the decisions that you make will affect property that you own in the DRI, but they'll affect also the property that we own in the DRI. But getting back to the golf course, if I may, Mr. Mayor, address your professional staff, Mr. Cordino. Mr. Cordino, in your professional opinion, is this application directly or indirectly assuring that the rehabilitation of the golf course will or has been and will be part of any future plans?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cordino.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lopez, let me just do one real quick. I just need to extend the meeting. I need
Please do.
at least, can I get a motion for an hour? Moved, is there a second? All in favor? Thank you, sir. I apologize.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, I would like to also ask Mr. Cordino, are you familiar with your professional recommendation dated January 13th, 2016?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to read from that recommendation, page 3 in particular, and I'm cutting to the chase, Mr. Mayor. The staff recommendation indicates the proposed request is unusual and creates a very broad zoning district. Staff recommends denial of the requested amendment to the mixed-use category to allow commercial use and/or residential development, single-family, multifamily, townhomes, to be developed independent or together on the same parcel. Mr. Cordino, would you confirm that that was your recommendation on January 13th?
I believe it was.
Yes, thank you. The recommendation goes on to say the development of a single use on a parcel designated as mixed use does not meet the intent of the mixed use category as established and pursuant to the ordinance 2012-06012 and its supporting documentation. The mixed use category was created with the intent to allow for residential and commercial uses to coexist on the same parcel. Mr. Cordino, is that consistent with your?
Yes, sir.
The staff recommendation goes on to say, furthermore, best planning practices have traditionally provided single-family residential areas the greatest protection from the negative impacts associated with more intense uses such as industrial uses. Mr. Cordino, one last time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, staff recommendation on January 13th, goes before your Planning Advisory Board. You have seen the minutes of the Zoning Advisory Board. We have provided you with the full transcript of that hearing, wherein not only is your staff present, but the applicant is present, and under oath and subject to penalty of law, testimony is proffered. And just one observation for you, Mr. Corradino. If you recall at the time, your statements that support your staff recommendation, and were they consistent at the time before the Planning Advisory Board?
Can you say that again?
Your recommendation of January 13th was the same recommendation you presented to the Planning Advisory Board.
Well, that was the Planning Advisory Board, wasn't it?
Well, this was your written recommendation, and then you were present before the Planning Advisory Board.
Yeah, I don't recall. I'd have to go back and look at the actual recommendation, but.
Okay. You have the transcript, but suffices to say that the recommendation was the same. It was pertinent that during the Planning Advisory Board, which voted against this application and recommended to this council to reject and deny this application, the applicant made a very telling presentation under oath and said, Mr. Rosen, speaking to the council, says, again, this application is giving us the flexibility to go with whatever a buyer wants within reason, and we do so. Mr. Rosen further goes on to say, in response to Mr. Corradino's clarification of his recommendation, no, absolutely no. I can tell you, you weren't here back then, but we had never represented that we would have a true mixed use. We left out single family before, that's why we're back here. So Councilman, Vice Mayor, you're absolutely right. This is all about single family homes. Mr. Corradino, on April 20th, 2016, you also issued a recommendation. I'm not going to read it because it's the same verbatim as the recommendation from January. I just want to confirm that, Mr. Corradino, that your recommendation on April 20th was consistent with your same recommendation January 13th. Thank you. Then comes the public hearing on April 20th. April 20th, as I indicated previously, the council, under the direction of Mayor Porter, who makes the motion, rare in most governing bodies, the mayor has to pass the gavel in order to make a motion, but notwithstanding, the motion is made, direction is given to staff, and the staff goes to work. What has become now evident, which we did not know, and we appreciate the clarification, Mr. Mayor, is that one of you, the mayor, participated in such a meeting. Again, rare in our experience. But now, the recommendation that's issued, dated for today, May 18th, but received by us when the agenda was published late Friday, we received notification at 7:58 on Friday. The staff recommendation changed. And I'll read it, Mr. Corradino, it's only 3 lines. Staff supports the request that the mixed-use commercial residential category be amended to allow commercial uses and/or residential development, single-family, townhomes, multifamily, to be developed independently or together in the same parcel. Is that your recommendation now, Mr. Corradino?
Yes, sir.
So what we know, and it's clear from the record, is that your professional staff recommendation changed. There is no evidence in this record for why, other than the direction of council, the political participation of the mayor, and therefore a political decision was made. Now, Mr. Corradino, is there any evidence on the record that you would point to suggest why you changed your recommendation?
I say we changed the recommendation because we re-examined the land, we reclassified the mixed-use category, covenanted in and out certain uses, and felt that the recommendation for the mixed use in total was more suited towards a mixed use environment in general.
Thank you, Mr. Corradino. Appreciate it. So the supporting documentation is non-existent. There's simply a change Clearly, there was a conversation with the applicant. There were several meetings with the applicant. And that leads us to the question is, why haven't we met? Right? We're property owners. I don't know that all the property owners in the DRI have been asked to meet. Ms. Rosen did approach the Speedway. Unfortunately, he put conditions to the meeting that were not acceptable to the Speedway, and therefore the meeting has never taken place. Others have attempted to coordinate those meetings, but obviously because there were conditions set, we were unable to do so for the record, Madam Vice Mayor. So having established for your consideration the basis upon which this decision comes before you, allow me to indicate why we firmly believe that this application and its impacts will unreasonably and unfairly burden the use of our property. So I turn to the first slide. The first slide you'll see before you is race weekend. The property to the south, or to the lower part of the presentation, is in fact our 87 acres. Oh, thank you. The lot to the left part is a contender lot, baseball stadium on the left, of course, to my left, and then the Speedway, of course, to the right. And as you see here, the number, tens of thousands of vehicles, tens of thousands of fans come joyfully to South Florida and to Homestead to enjoy the best racing in the world. And so at some point, they need to get in, and at some point, they need to get out. So let me show you how this is going to work. So we've superimposed, for your benefit, which often gets lost, and I think it's important to be in a part of the public record and the residents see, is we already have a lot of rooftops there to the left. To our right, to my right, you'll see where those parking facilities, those parking lots were filled. You will also start to see the egress flow and ingress flow points. And what we are going to experience, let me show you this other slide, which makes it a little easier for everybody to see. You're going to see, let me go back 1 second. So you're going to see single-family homes that are going to be built in what we call the picnic rather than the candy cane. Couldn't come up with candy cane. You're going to see that tens of thousands of vehicles will traverse directly in front of, by, and on both sides of the Solera property, as well as the residential homes west of Kingman. So this is a reality. We are not adding to that any evacuation areas that may be necessary for the Turkey Point facility. We're not adding any other circumstances that may be necessary to create different traffic flows. And I would ask, again, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Cordino, is there an updated traffic study as part of your recommendation?
No, sir.
Thank you. So what you really are asked to look at, and our letter details that for you, is evidence, ladies and gentlemen. It's not your opinions. I mean, that's important. That's relevant. But at the end of the day, these decisions that impact people's property rights, the residents of Homestead, the taxpayers whose property you are the stewards for, our property rights, as well as the residents who currently live there, are going to be impacted. And the best way to make those decisions, as we've learned in this great country of laws, is by having competent, substantial evidence that we can review and justify. You don't have a traffic study. You can see what the impacts are going to be. The law says that if you unreasonably or burden the way that I can use my property, I have a right to redress. And this leads me to 2 points. There's a reference to our agreement as the Speedway operators. Yes, we have rights under that agreement. You have obligations under the agreement. And so we will seek to protect ourselves under that agreement, but also hold you responsible for any harms or negative impacts that come from your decisions and that will impact our operation. I listened carefully to Mr. Arza's presentation. I hope that you will accept his decision to give you a legal opinion about the ability for us to prove our case. And if so, and if we prevail, that you will look to him and his law firm to hold you harmless. If in fact we prevail and you don't, and you proceed without, as some on the council Councilman Ross in particular, wish for you to have your own advice of counsel to see if you're acting correctly on this application. So I leave you with the final graphic that I think is very important and needs to be part of this record is in fact our ingress and egress plans. So you see how that applies. Here's how our plans, this is what our fans receive and the instructions that are coordinated with the city. Again, the city participates, cooperates with us, designs the ingress and egress points. We rely on that information and the advice of your Public Works Department and professional staff to provide this to our fans, and we utilize these routes effectively. And the impact by your decision here tonight will be devastating if you proceed. This is the ingress, and that is the end of that. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your courtesy. I respectfully reserve the right to cross-examine your witnesses and come back and give you my last thoughts and observations. Thank you.
Hang on one second. Mr. Maldonado, did you have a question?
Thank you, yes. I do have a question. Maybe you can answer it, staff, maybe they could answer it, or law firm. Maybe you guys could answer. So you mentioned something that in one of the slides, I think maybe the one that would be more telling is the traffic, the pattern. You said your plans. Are those plans something that you guys purchased? Do you own those rights? Are those your rights to the roads? So my question is, do you own the rights to dictate which roads are to be used and how we enter and exit? I mean, because there's a lot of roads. There's roads. So at some point, there was maybe an agreement, but the way it sounds, it says your plan. So did you buy the rights to the roads to dictate how the roads are to be used, or does that fall under us to make those decisions and to work with the track? Can anyone answer that question? Maybe staff? Who owns the rights to the roads and to dictate how the roads are to be used?
I believe they're public rights of way.
So the public right of way. Okay. So they're not your. So is that right? So, I mean, can these plans be changed at some point? And if we do, I mean, who makes that decision? Do we make it? Do they make it?
I would probably defer a little bit to the police department, but basically my understanding is that in anticipation of a race or anticipation of a season, we, the city, cooperate with the track to try to come up with a plan that moves traffic in and out of here as quickly as possible. But to my knowledge, those plans are pursuant to agreements between, not written agreements, but cooperation type efforts between the city and the track.
So those no
that
legal
are
bindings?
developed depending upon what's happened in the area since the last race. If I'm incorrect about that, Chief, you correct me, please.
So it's basically an opinion in saying, I believe this is the best route to get in and out. An opinion, not a fact, nothing that binds us to it. And I just asked because the way you said it was like your plans. So, when someone says my plans, I feel like you purchased it. So, I mean, those roads.
If I may answer, I did clarify that we work with your Public Works Department. In fact, that gives us the protection of the fact that you're part of it. Yes, if we are operating, you have a duty to maintain public roads, and we access them. We collaborate with you to design those plans effectively.
Collaborate and work is
I mean,
great.
if you take a moment, there's not a lot of other roads that can be used. So, Mr. Maldonado, I think that kind of speaks for itself. The impacts are obvious.
No, I'm just saying, I just want to clarify that it says your plans, and so I just want to make sure that others have the rights to use those rules even during those times.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roth?
Just real quick before you go.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that if 189 townhomes are built on that property, that 60,000 race fans aren't coming? That's what it sounds like you're saying.
There's a right to build those right now, and
Right.
we've not objected to that, so no. We're objecting
And
to.
that's why I'm surprised we're having this debate, because when I met with the track before the first reading, they had no problem with this. And now we're back here again arguing about this. What does the track want?
Status quo.
Status quo, but you know that even if we say no tonight, he builds townhouses. You may delay that, you may try to delay that, but he's got the right to build. You talked about property rights. Why are you trying to take his away?
We're not trying to take anybody's rights away. I think you misunderstand.
I don't
exactly
misunderstand.
what the reality
I
is.
listened to you very clearly. I don't understand how putting houses on that piece of land affects traffic flow. Explain that to me.
If you don't know that by now, there's nobody going to explain it to you.
No,
I'm not going to try.
I understand it. I live out there. I know what goes on out there when the races are going on.
I mean, as a real estate broker, I think you understand
I'm not a broker.
exactly
For
what
the
I'm
record,
talking
I'm
about.
not a broker.
What are you?
I'm an associate.
A real estate associate. I think you understand exactly, and my efforts to try to explain it to you, I don't think will be helpful or useful
No,
at this time.
I just don't get why we're arguing over this right now. This is a very simple thing to come up and decide on. I mean, to me, it just seems like there's an ulterior motive. If you didn't want that there, then it shouldn't have been there in 2012. Why didn't you object then? Now you're here trying to take his rights. You mentioned rights, and I hate when people say rights, because people say they get the rights taken away all the time. I don't understand how putting anything on that piece of dirt is going to affect the traffic flow of the racetrack. I just don't get it.
I will, Mr. Mayor, if I may respond. I think if you took the time to analyze what is currently the law, because this DRI is an ordinance and it is a law in the city of Homestead, there is no right to build a townhome. There is a right to a mixed use that may include a townhome with commercial. It's a big difference. When you understand that, then I think you'll see that it's not that simple and that there are rights being impacted and they will be defended.
Mr. Lopez, let me ask you a question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Rights as exists, you said that, status quo, status quo. Again, back to the original, if there is status quo, you know, the city's stuck with basically all townhomes throughout that whole, what we call candy stripe, what you had the checkerboard area. Are you saying if we did status quo in section 14, which is the Park of Commerce, that satisfies problems, or status quo DRI wide, I guess is my question.
If you, and I'll clarify both points. The most important, Mr. Mayor, is back to Councilman Ross's lack of understanding of what is currently there. You have commercial and residential. It's not townhomes. So this isn't a debate about whether there will be townhomes or single-family homes or multifamily homes. This is a conversation that's being had about the definition of mixed use and the need by the applicant to change that definition to accommodate his desires. So when you look at the status quo, to be clear, is what the law says right now. You build commercial and then you build residential. And there are a number of examples. In fact, I understand that some of the members of this council traveled to see some of those examples when the original town center was adopted. So that's what we're talking about. If you have that, and there was no objection from the Speedway at the time, we understood the need for the city to move in a certain direction and the applicant's right to seek that. Clearly, the market hasn't been there for that. He's testified to that before the Planning Advisory Board. And so now they're before you to ask you for the adoption of these definitions to allow for greater residential. Now, greater residential also means more people. That's pretty obvious, and that's what we're concerned about. But when you look at the way that the Speedway impacts this area and needs to be able to move people through this area, because it's not just one race. There's 300 plus days a year of activity at the Speedway. Yes, Mr. Mayor, the Solera property is the most imminent. And by the way, when you take it to the next level, once you establish the vesting of those rights, the school property that was subsequently removed, now it's just a street away. What do you think's coming there? And on the west side of Kingman, which we also use Kingman for egress, what you have, when you look at all the homes that are already built there, you're going to have an incredible amount of density. Now moving, and I'm glad it was clarified for the record, commercial that was already going to be there, you moved it away from the single parcel, so now you're going to have extreme density of residential west of Kingman. So those impacts have to be accounted for. And let me say this, The fact that this decision is being made without any analysis to traffic, concurrency, any real substantive evidence as part of this record, ab initio, right on its face, it's a problem. And you will have a problem in a court of law if, in fact, there are no substantive evidentiary bases upon which you're going to make this decision. We may be left to have to prove that, but we'll be happy to meet that burden where it needs to be met.
Okay, so then I guess to the question, it's status quo is DRI wide, no
DRI wide.
changes at all.
There was a solution at the last meeting where there was a bifurcation to accommodate the golf course and the needs to address more residential on the golf course that the applicant sought. Looked like the residents were happy with that. We were okay with that. We had no concerns about that. That's moving it way further south from us if you look at the map. We were not concerned about that. We thought the bifurcation was a great opportunity for further discussions and dialogue with the applicant to see what could be done and accommodated for. Unfortunately, that was not forthcoming. The decision was to move forward. Your direction was deal with the independent issue. We thought a resolution to that was forthcoming. Clearly, it wasn't. And to suggest, by the way, that these covenants are the solution. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a covenant on the golf course. And these poor people, have seen their golf course shut down, turn brown, and the clubhouse closed, and there's a covenant. Here, the covenant, your council already told you, can be modified by less than what this DRI is going through. Because this one requires 2 readings, state review. The covenant modification is simply come before you, convince half of you, and move out after a public hearing. So let's be honest. This is what we're dealing with. And as a landholder, substantial landholder, who came before this council and suggested to you that we were prepared to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to improve the facility that's owned by the taxpayers of Homestead, to enhance our operation, we bought land to make sure that it was sufficiently capable of withstanding or supporting the championship that we fight for every year to keep, come before this council and suggest that we're the bad guys simply because we're trying to protect our interests. I mean, sometimes you do have to go somewhere else and prove that you're right, and that may be a court of law, and unfortunately, that may be where we end up. So we're happy to answer any more of your questions, but I think it's pretty clear where we stand on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
At this time, let me open up the public hearing. We've got a pretty good stack of, and maybe some people have left, and I apologize, it takes a little while to get through this, but Mr. DeWolf, Mr. Lopez, you just spoke. Sharon Haxton, Ted Mazinski, Evelyn Martin. Let's see what we've got here. Is Mr. DeWolf here? Is Mr. DeWolf here? Yes, sir. Please come to the podium. Thank you.
Wow. I got to tell you guys, I came here with a planned statement, and some of it I would like to talk about.
Just put your name and address, just for the record, please, sir.
Brian D. Wolf, 2555 Fairways Drive.
Thank you.
Man, I've been to a number of these meetings. I've seen this stuff seemingly move forward, seemingly stop, seemingly be obstructed, slow down, delay, the whole bit. A lot of us here, the residents, we come to these meetings, we hope to see something move forward. And when we don't see it move forward, we start to think there are people up here on our council that are our enemies. Why are you not making something happen? I got to tell you, what I just saw up here makes you look like angels. If there's an enemy of the people, we just saw him. I mean, frankly, I don't get it. Collectively, that attorney and his group of people, what do they bill, $3,000, $5,000 an hour collectively? And the best argument they come up with for opposing Mr. Rosen's plan, I mean, they're afraid they're not going to have proper egress because of 91 homes that might be built? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's insulting. And I heard him come up here and speak to you people and make threats to you, very, very overt threats to the city council of Homestead. telling you what you can and cannot do in our community. I find that offensive. I'm a resident here, he's not. They're a special interest group, and they're trying to bully our council, and I don't like it. I mean, all right, they're an important part of our community, they're an economic engine, okay. I mean, they help some local businesses. I mean, they have a big event once or twice a year. It's a lot of traffic, it's a lot of noise, it's a headache for most of us residents a couple times a year. Okay, but you know what, maybe it's good for the community, it's good for a few businesses, okay. But for them to come here and tell us what we can and cannot have in our city, I find offensive. Now, again, I had certain things I wanted to say tonight, and I'm baffled by what I just saw, what I just witnessed. I mean, they could make a movie about this, and he would be wearing the black hat. I mean, welcome to our community. What I do want to try to do, even while my mind is reeling from that, is put a few things into context here. The first thing is, yes, the golf course is closed. Why is it closed? What is the context within which that golf course is closed? And we all think we have the answer. We look at it and go, well, it was poorly managed, it was under-marketed, it was underutilized. That's why it wasn't making money. A lot of people know it wasn't making money for several years before it was bought by Mr. Rosen. Okay, so it was a failed business. Mr. Rosen buys the property and closes it. Why? Because it was a failed business. What is the real reason it was a failed business? Because it has poor drainage, it has poor irrigation, and it has a mosquito and insect issue that's tied to both of those issues that cannot be resolved without a major capital investment. Now, Mr. Rosen could have come in here, and his group of investors could have come in and said, you know what, let's put lipstick on the pig. Let's pretty it up, let's clean it up, we'll build a bunch of houses, we'll make some money, and we'll be gone. Great. And what happens a year or two from now? We still have a golf course that has poor irrigation, poor drainage, and is unplayable virtually 6 months out of the year. What happens then? The golf course closes again for the second time. Now it's a failed business, it's failed as a golf course twice. What do we get now? Nothing. Because nobody's gonna come in and invest in that a third time. At that point, what do? You open it up to other developers to come in and build townhomes or whatever else on the property that used to be a golf course. It's no longer gonna be a golf course. This is happening all over the country. People are closing golf courses because there isn't sufficient demand, and they're poorly run, and other people look at it and say there's a higher and better use for this property. Mr. Rosen, to his credit, came here and said, look, I believe in your community, I believe in the golf course, I don't want to just pretty it up and walk away and leave you with a loser again. I'll invest $12 million in this property to do something special, to give us, the residents, and us as a community, a centerpiece, something we can be proud of. And there are model communities that take the same approach. Weston is one of them, Parkland is one of them, Royal Palm Beach is another one. They're all over the country. They take a world-class golf course, they make it their centerpiece, and they build a community around it. Right? It's effectively drafting a franchise quarterback and building a team around that franchise quarterback so they can build a championship team. Mr. Rosen is offering us that opportunity. When it's put into context, and people say, well, you know what, he could open the golf course tomorrow. There's nothing preventing him from doing that. Okay, that's an accurate statement. It's true, there's nothing wrong with it. Within the context, what does that do for us as the residents? What does it do for us as a community? Nothing. Yeah, he could open it tomorrow. Okay? He could pretty it up a little bit, and he could build houses and be gone. And then we're stuck with it 2 years from now. He wants to do something special here. Give him credit for that. And if you want to, and he comes to us and he says, look, I want to build 91 single-family homes instead of 189 townhomes. If you allow me to do that, I think it will be so successful, I will take some of the money from that project and use it to subsidize the improvements to the golf course. Okay? $12 million investment into a golf course doesn't make sense, just not a good economic decision. It's not going to support itself. okay? But he said, he feels confident, hey, there's a demand for 91 single-family homes. He thinks he can get more money for them, higher profit. It brings a better resident, more educated and affluent residents to our community. That's a big deal. As civic leaders, that's what we should be encouraging. We should be encouraging investment in our community and responsible development. It is the lifeblood for the future of any community. I mean, again, when I first came up here, I'm thinking, man, there are people on our city council that don't get it. I mean, what don't you see about that, about attracting development and investment in your community? And I got to tell you, Mr. Lopez kind of cleared the air for me. I'm still shaking my head. Attorneys don't make sense to me, and maybe that's one of the reasons why. But so when I hear comments, the golf course has nothing to do with this request, it has everything to do with this request. You have an investor in front of you saying, look, I will do this, work with me, show me some flexibility like other cities do. I come from a development background, commercial real estate, not residential stuff. And I know when you go to a city and you ask for some type of variance, some kind of accommodation, you say, look, we need a variance. We can't build as much parking as we know we're required to do. We want to build a building that's a little bit taller than the height restrictions. But in exchange for that, I can give you this. I can give you a product that will help your community, will help the quality of life, will improve the future trajectory for your community. And that's what he's offering. Most communities, you go and you ask for a minor variance. It's usually you're asking for something. Can you give me something so that I can do something special? Here, he's saying, I don't want to build, 189 townhomes. I don't want to build 189 townhomes. I want to build 91 single-family residences. I want to reduce the burden on your infrastructure. I want to reduce the, it baffles me. To me,
Mr. DeWolf.
And city staff, I'm sure, knows this. Okay. City staff knows it. It's a simple request. It's a no-brainer in most instances. Please, just one more minute, I understand.
I know you've waited a long time, but we got a lot more people than I'm just saying. Be aware.
From my perspective, having seen developers and work for developers going into city councils, going to zoning departments and asking them for a variance to say, can you give me an accommodation? Most of the times you're asking for something. Mr. Rosen's group is asking to build less, asking to build higher quality, and asking to attract a higher quality resident that can help the future of our community. I don't get it. I don't get other than Mr. Lopez's comment, I don't get why there's objections to this. I really don't. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Haxton?
I'm sorry?
I'm getting the next one. Ms. Haxton, please. And I know everybody's waited a long time, but if it's been said and you have to, if you want to say the same thing over and over again, just come up and say, I support, Mr. DeWolf so that we can move through this because we got a lot of stuff, so.
I have some of these to hand.
Hand it to the clerk, please.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Haxton, reside at 16221 Southwest 287th Street, 33033. I'm here tonight as the Chair of Military Affairs Committee of the South Dade Chamber of Commerce, and I'm accompanied by several members. They're still here, a few of them. You want to stand up and acknowledge. First, we want to thank the council for all that you're doing for the city of Homestead and for the support that you have shown our military. Recent Military Appreciation Day held in downtown Homestead was awesome, and thank you all for that. Speaking strictly for the MAC, we're very excited about the future possibilities for Homestead Air Reserve Base. On November 5th and 6th of this year, they'll be holding another air show. They are also one of the 4 bases now in contention for consideration to host an F-35 unit. They won't hear the results yet until late fall. For the well-being of the base, we would like to remind the council that encroachment issues around the base are always being considered by Department of Defense and the U.S. Air Force. Encroachment could have an effect on future BRAC issues and decisions and whether to keep this base open or to close it. encroachment could also be a decision breaker about the future F-35 units being brought to this location. We know there's a lot of local issues that are being brought to you, so all we're asking is that you just remain mindful about the base and the possible encroachment issues. This being said, the MAC has put together a resolution, the copies that you've received, and the resolution says, military installations can be severely affected by surrounding land use encroachment, which may have an impact on the long-term existence of these facilities. Homestead Air Reserve Base, the base, outside of the northwest, south, and southwestern perimeter, continues to be confronted with such land use development. In its concern for the base's long-term viability, the Military Affairs Committee of the South Dade Chamber of Commerce urges the Homestead City Council to seriously consider the potential impact and ramifications upon the base which may arise from approval of such land use issues and development. Just a reminder that this statement is strictly from the MAC. It does not reflect any stance taken by the base, and we just want to thank you for continued attention to any of the future encroachment issues.
Thank you, Sharon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is Ted Mazinski here? Okay. Evelyn, Ms. Martin, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mr. Porter, our Mayor, Larry Roth, Vice Mayor Faircloth, Mr. Burgess, and Stephen, and city members. All I can say is...
Just put your address on the record for
Oh,
us, please.
2565 Fairways.
Thank you.
So what I have to say is, I'm going to make it pretty simple because I know everyone is really tired. First of all, I met with every council person on the dais in the last 2 weeks, and basically did it just to kind of figure out what the hell was going on around here. I mean, it's been crazy, all the controversy, and tonight, Mr. Lopez, I mean, really? You consider these people a partner of this city, that someone can get up here and be so rude to Councilman Roth? I'm sorry, but it is pretty disgusting. And then you take Mr. Rosen. He's been around here for years just as well. Has he ever been disrespectful like that to any of you? I'm sorry. If you're measuring what the racetrack has to say against what Mr. Rosen's presenting to bring to our city, I mean, there is no measurement. And if the Homestead racetrack thinks for 1 minute that the citizens of Homestead are going to sit back, particularly in November, and not protest them, they've already got problems with attendance. They think they have problems with that. We'll get a movement together because it's ridiculous. Total disrespect for our city to come up here and talk to our council like that. And then I just want to say, I totally concur with Mr. DeWolf. So I won't go into my 9 pages of information. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. No clapping, please. Please, just if you don't mind. Darlene Polo Kramer? Yes, ma'am. Just your address for the record, please.
My address is 2816 Augusta Drive in Homestead. And Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, all the congressmen, maybe you want to be one, I don't know. Councilman. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I got to meet with most of you except for Councilman Shelley when I was driving to Minnesota with my 2 cats and dog and husband last week. And I'm back for some reason. And the reason is that I thought this meeting was really important tonight. I totally support Mr. Rosen's request. I thought until Sunday or soon, or just recently, that we would have a negotiated agreement. Every one of you in the meetings that we had talked about the independent word as being an issue. Every one of you supported having single-family homes. All of a sudden, we have not a win-win solution, but what I see as a lose-lose solution. Having that many townhomes built on that site is just intrusive, I believe. In any case, I agree with Mrs. Martin about the track, how offensive they have been to everybody tonight. They don't own the track, they're a lessee, and I hope you take that into consideration. I was going to have a lot more to say, but it's been a long night. Thank you very much. Bye now.
Thank you. Mr. Batista, Carlos, is he still here? Mr. Batista, yes, sir.
And Carlos Batista, 613 Ocean Drive, Key Biscayne. I am a business owner in Homestead and also citizen. About a week ago, I was in Peru at a military event called Fuerzas Comandos. And that's where the elite of all the military forces come in and compete with each other. 20 countries do that. Surrounding the base, there were mountains of sand dunes, just the color of these walls. There were mountains of it. And if you look at the south, closer to Lima, coming up, there were houses all over the place, little houses, little tiny houses built on the sand dunes. And as you got farther from Lima, closer to the north, there were less houses. And then farther north, you could see 1 or 2 or 3 houses that were being built. So the encroachment was coming all around the base. And they told me at the base that they had to stop doing a lot of activities because of that encroachment. And they were afraid that the base will sooner into the future will actually be closed because of a residential encroachment taking place around it. Here we have a similar case. We have a base, and we have seen in other cities in the United States, like a Willow Spring in Philadelphia, where bases have been closed. That one was closed in 2011 because of encroachment, because of the urban sprawl. When a base gets surrounded by residential, people start complaining about noise, start complaining about other things, and the end result tends to be closing of a base, or at least restricting their activity. Now, value of the land goes up because of what surrounds it. The military base is not only an economic engine, but it raises the value of all the citizens and residents of Homestead. We have the F-15 fighter jet coming probably to this base, one of the 4 cities selected.
F-35.
If you begin to change zoning, density around the base, you kill it. The military is very aware that once a city council begins to say, well, okay, we'll do a little exception here, and we'll allow this here, and we'll allow this there, that's it. Once you crack the beginning, there is no return. And if you kill the golden goose, the goose that lays the golden eggs, you are affecting the entire population of Homestead, not just a selected few that would like to see a change take place. So I urge you, consider very, very carefully the decision you're going to make today. If the military can come up and say, don't do it, but they can't. They're not allowed to. The military in Peru couldn't do anything about it, and there were organized groups that, because of their vested agendas, promoted that kind of residential. The military could not oppose it. If I were to step on the shoes of the military, I would say, no, don't do it. But they can't do that. I really urge you to think about, not only about the military and the fact that we need a military in this country, but about the people who live in this city. You will diminish the acceleration of the property value by taking this action today, if you approve this. So, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Flink, Inga, is she still here? I think she left. Ronaldo Deval Jr.? No. Mr. McDuffie, you still here? While Mr. McDuffie's on the way down, can I get a motion to extend the meeting for another hour? Up to an hour? Up to an hour? All in favor? Thank you, motion carries. Mr. McDuffie?
Sorry to keep you guys up here for another hour. It was all my fault, I'm sorry. I have to say that after listening to everything tonight, I'm appalled by the way that some of the council for the Motor Speedway has approached the citizens of Homestead and to our elected leaders. First of all, you don't talk down to us like that. We are the citizens of this city, and we are fans just like any other one that come into our city and do so. Sorry about getting a little emotional. I've grown up with NASCAR all my life. I was a big Dale Earnhardt fan growing up, and I'm a Dale Earnhardt Jr. fan. And I will continue to go to races for as long as I live in Homestead. Second of all, when it comes to the development, I would love to play golf in my community. I would love to have investment in my community. And if that is what needs to be done as a millennial who has bought a home here, and you want to invite and more of my generation to come and buy in this community, you best invest in the community that we have. And I say that to the council. Invest in the community that we have. Take up the offer, as long as it doesn't encroach on the military bases, flight path, and other things, because you know how near and dear the base is to me. And for single-family homes, I completely agree with you, Vice Mayor. And it's close to our community, so it affects us near and dear. But it just gets me that we have some high-priced lawyer coming in here and talking to our representatives, talking to our community like we're below you. No, we're not. We're the fastest-growing area of this county. So don't talk down to us again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown, Jeff Brown? No clapping, please, please. Mr. Jeff Brown? Richard Perez?
All right, let's see what I can do here.
Address for the record, Mr. Perez.
Address, 2195 Southwest 16th Terrace, Miami, Florida.
Thank you.
All right, Miami Poker Stars, Poker League, play twice a week out of the local VFW. It is not a shameless plug that I'm doing. It is to show you that I'm here from outside of your community, and I have ties to this community. What I'm hearing, and I'm not going to go ahead and slander anyone. As a matter of fact, I forgot to also address the city council, mayor, vice mayor. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Public audience, thank you for being here. All the legal staff, thank you for being here on both sides. I'm not here to slander anybody. I'm not here to put down anybody. This is real simple. What is best for your community? That is the question everyone here, legal counsels, public audience, needs to think. What is best for your community? Right now, as said by the council and said by different members, the economic engine that pretty much this community has might be two, which is one, the Air Force Base, and two, the racetrack. But that's it. I come from up north. When people say, oh, let's go down to Homestead to do this. Oh, there's nothing in Homestead. There's this, there's that, there's the racetrack. That's all they mention is the racetrack. How about giving them a reason to come to Homestead more often and invest in your community and create economic venue for your community by giving Mr. Rosen the chance to develop the single-family homes? He can tie them, here's the idea, he can tie them into club memberships. And by having club memberships can resurge the golf course and make it a U.S. Open caliber golf course, which the only one even close to that is Doral. Give people a reason to come to Homestead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, I know everybody's excited, but please, just don't clap if you don't mind. Mr. Mrazinski, Mr. Mrazinski, I have to be consistent with the rules. I have to be consistent with the rules. Yes, sir.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, City Staff, Chief, I want to thank you for what your team did for the bean track.
For the record, Mr. Mrazinski, just your address, please, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2609 Augusta Drive.
Thank you, sir.
Augusta Greens 1, Keys Gate. I live off the 4th T. What used to be the 4th T, which will now be it's going to be the back nine. But anyway, I have a couple, I saw about the first hour or so of the meeting. I was working up in Doral, and I was able to watch the stream. And a couple of things struck me. I did not see the track talk, but I heard some of what the track said, especially the slipping of the letter in the last 10 minutes. I think people probably berated, they probably have commented enough on that, so I won't address that. What I do want to address is City Hall is $25.5 million. Police station is projected to be $13.5 million. We poured another $5 million in the Seminole Theater, and I don't think anybody has any idea how much money totally went in that place, but let's just say $5 million for now. And now there's a proposal out there to loan a Texas businessman $16 million to build a bowling alley and a, whatever the heck that other thing is. It's going to be a combination. But the bottom line is this. $59 million in recent years have gone on this side of town. How much have you put on the east side? How much? Nothing. We got a guy who lives here, who's from Florida, who developed this town, or had a lot to do with developing this town, at least the east side of town, willing to put in his own money, and all he's asking for is a reduced density location so that he can take that money, tie those houses into that golf course, and help get that golf course started. Now, let's go back to the racetrack. Mr. Mayor, last week one of my family, asked you directly, what is the economic impact for the city of Homestead from this racetrack? You couldn't answer her. Can you answer that tonight? For the city of Homestead, yeah. It appears nobody can. So it kind of tells me that that number might not be anywhere what anyone thinks it is. It may be much lower than any of you can even imagine. How many full-time employees they got over at that place? Anyone know? Does the racetrack lawyer know? Bet just not as many as we're going to be generating with building these homes. It may not even be as many as we might have at that golf course, except during race weekend. Now, I'm not against the racetrack. I'm not against NASCAR. I love NASCAR. But for them to come in and put pressure on you all to make decisions that affect our lives, those of us who invested our money, make decisions for a corporation that's based out of Daytona, Florida, not out of here, it's just beyond reason to me. Now, another thought comes to mind. If you're willing to lend $16 million to some guy from Texas, okay? You don't want to give Mr. Rosen the 91 single-family homes, even though it's less density, which every one of you has said you want. Every one of you has said you don't want any more townhomes, you don't want any more condos, no more multifamily housing. Yet you're considering voting for that instead of 91 homes, which with that, he can start that golf course. So since you're going to take that $2.5 million out of his pocket, how about considering loaning him that money? There's a thought. Has anybody thought of that? We're paying you, we don't pay you guys a lot of money, obviously. But we elected you to make decisions and to be leaders. Okay, not to sit up here and berate city employees. Mayor, I'm disappointed that you don't stop John every time he attacks one of these city employees in these meetings. Tonight was not the first time. It is not tolerable. They work for us. And if you talk to them and you treat them like that in public, what are you doing behind closed doors? That's something, and you're supposed to keep control of that. Okay. Then finishing. We want this. The city wants this. I heard John say earlier that half want the golf course, half don't want the golf course. I don't know who that half that don't want the golf course is. I know there's a few that don't, but it sure as heck is not half the Keys Gate, okay? That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for the time. John, I didn't mean to be so aggressive on you, but it really upset me when I saw you talk to that lawyer like that earlier tonight. I don't think it's fair to do that to him in public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more public comment cards. Did anyone get missed? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
Name.
Janet LeGrand, 3105 Fairways Drive. I forgot my own address. Well, I'm here on behalf of the residents of Fairways, and myself, of course, and as a well-versed individual on public-private partnership, I understand the concern of the track as well as the concern of the developer, Mr. Rosen. I have no objection whatsoever to Mr. Rosen. In fact, I support the growth, residential, and really what we can accomplish as a community. I've stood not necessarily on this building, but I did bid on this building. And I was rejected on a PPP as well as other public-private monies that I have provided to the council. But that aside, I understand that the track is pretty much a public-private partnership. Therefore, they're a tenant. And as a tenant, they're not a landowner. And regarding their concern regarding means of egress and ingress, obviously, I agree with them regarding the study, the traffic study that we desperately need in the city of Homestead. For many reasons, not just for the development of Rosen, this go around, but the development of Lennar, et cetera, the growth that we've had in Homestead. And we welcome that. I am been in this fabulous city for now 11 years, and I think that I'm very proud to call this home. I welcome the growth. I wish we had more growth. And so we need a study to reflect the growth that we've had. And for that, we need, obviously, funding for the city in order for you guys to get to work. I'm happy to provide funding if you need for the study, by the way. But my point is that we should not be holding off on developing this great community, whether it's on residential, townhouse, mixed use. By the way, definition of mixed use could be multiple things. Could be residential, could be hotel, retail. We do this all over the world. This is nothing new. I have been very much a proactive individual in terms of mixed use for Homestead in terms of growth, and I hope that you will consider Mr. Rosen. I know we're happy, and I hope that Mr. Rosen will not be holding the development and the reconstruction of the golf course that does not stand in the way, should not stand in the way by the bylaws of our community to rebuild and open the golf course and get rid of all the infestation between pythons that we have small children around, and of course, the wonderful mosquitoes that we all know very well down here. So with that said, thank you, council. Thank you, Mr. Rosen, and I hope that the wonderful people at the racetrack would coordinate better the means of ingress and egress, because that seems to be the sticky point, and we can help, and certainly I know you can. It's coordination, that's all. Thank you, good night.
Thank you. You got one more comment. Yes, sir. Just name and address for the record, please.
Jeff Brown, 401 Northeast 14th Street, Homestead. How you doing, Mayor? I really don't envy you guys up there tonight. You guys are stuck between a rock and a hard place. What's going to happen right after you guys vote is one of these sides is going to go start with a lawsuit. What lawsuit do you think you can win? I know Mr. Lopez is a great lawyer, man. He was up here, I was going, wow, he's good. He came with this parking and egress, which I don't know where that came from. But you guys got to make an important decision, and I'm both for the racetrack and for the golf course. I was at the groundbreaking of the racetrack back in 92, 93, stood next to Bill France Jr. My father worked at the golf course till the day that it closed. So I don't know what you guys are going to do. What I can say is, let's vote so I can go home.
Okay, Hugo, you want to finish up, and then I'll ask the track and then I'll ask.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to briefly touch on a few of the issues by way of rebuttal. Give me one second to. You heard a very eloquent distinction, or an attempt at a distinction between I wrote it down, a professional recommendation and a political solution. I had never heard that before. I'm going to turn it around a little bit. I think what you guys have seen between first and second reading is actually the way government works, which is that the elected body gives policy direction to staff, who then uses and exercises their independent expertise and judgment to provide you with a recommendation that they can support. That's what happened. I mean, to take Mr. Lopez's example and say that political solution is what happened, then there would never, ever be a recommendation, because at the end of the day, if planners went around not listening to what their bosses want and policy, I mean, they'd be out of a job after one meeting, right? So don't be swayed by an articulate attempt at a distinction between political solution and a professional recommendation. You have a professional recommendation of approval before you today that is supported by substantial and competent evidence. And let me talk a little bit about that briefly. There was talk about concurrency. We're happy to show Mr. Lopez that not only did the very first, and I want to read, the very first DRI approval that the City of Homestead approved says it is recognized that the City of Homestead has the right and authority to consider and evaluate the sufficiency of levels of transportation services and facilities prior to approving site plans for each phase, site plans. And I confirmed with your zoning director here in the last 3.5 hours or so that we've been here. And he said to me, that's absolutely true. That's when we do it. And of course, I knew that answer, but I wanted to remind the council, there is no obligation. Nevertheless, if you go to his review, to his recommendation, to Mr. Corodino's recommendation, he does a concurrency review, because they do a thorough job. And so you have before you that the city's levels of services have been met for recreation, roads, potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste drainage, public school facilities. The reality is there is no substantial deviation from the 2012 approval. There's no traffic study because there's no increase in density. There's no greater impacts. Why would you ever proffer a traffic study when you're proposing reduced density or the same number? You got it approved in 2012. A traffic study was done at that time because a new category was being introduced. There's absolutely no legal basis or reason for having another traffic study. You can feel free to ask your staff that question, but we're confident that you didn't need anything else. I mean, I love the picture with the ingress and egress charts. I mean, if you took a picture of the Ultra Music Festival downtown, you'd never get another project approved downtown Miami, right? Because for 3 days a year, downtown Miami has 120,000 people or whatever it is. And thankfully for Homestead and thankfully for the racetrack, for 3 days a year, it looks like that. It doesn't look like that more than 3 days a year. You guys live here. There are many other events, let me not minimize, but the events don't constitute that. To Councilman Maldonado's point, the roads are public. And they can be built with a number of approved uses today. That chart, it doesn't really matter. I mean, again, the hard part to fathom out of all of this, I mean, we were trying to do lesser units, fewer units. How the track's ingress and egress during racetrack weekend is impacted negatively when we were actually trying to reduce density, hard to sort of understand. I did note that picture, by the way, didn't include the Solara site. just for the record. It seemed to still be further away. So the Solara site, on top of everything else, is even further away, the one that had all the cars parked. I do want to just, again, comment that the woman who spoke on behalf of the MAC and made very clear that she was speaking only on behalf of the MAC, certainly I do feel like we have to reiterate that Mr. Ventura said they had no objection. They don't take a position. He clarified that very well, that they have no objection. And of course, furthermore, we are proffering a covenant. She did a fine job of distinguishing that they are a separate group, and we're happy to meet with her and chat with her. We want nothing more than for the F-35 to come. Absolutely. It means there'll be folks to buy these homes, live in these live-work units, have retail shops, to have all of that. I mean, what Mr. Rosen needs is for a robust airbase. And by the way, in terms of major employers in the city, I would suspect that the hospital is probably far higher than the racetrack. Just so I think, and ironically, the hospital was supposed to be in the DRI and was moved up to Campbell years ago. So again, you have a legally supportable plan that enjoys recommendation of approval from your professional staff this evening, that represents a compromise that defines mixed use, gives you hard and fast measurable criteria, percentage criteria, that does not encroach, although that is not a legal term and not perhaps for the base, but not for a private operator, but does not encroach or bring a single use closer than what it is allowed today. The Solara site could be developed residentially today. That's irrefutable. There's no encroachment whatsoever. You have that opportunity, you have an opportunity tonight to pass that plan, to allow this project to move forward, to get the ball rolling again so that good things can happen for this community. It's been a long evening. If you had any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I don't think you do. I ask you for your vote of support this evening. I thank you again for your time, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Mr. Mondalo?
It was going to be a kind of an open question, and I think more towards the track, so I'll just hold it
Just
for
hold,
them.
okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Shelley, do you have a?
Actually, once it gets back to council, I'd like the floor, but not
yet.
Once all the rebuttals are done, then I
Okay. Mr. Lopez, if you don't mind, and I'll, you guys key up your mics again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. In closing, I would reiterate our position that based on the testimony that you've heard, a substantial amount of it, to play off the words, is not relevant. There is no impact whatsoever in this application but a tangential reference. There's no covenant. There's no direct connection to this application and the golf course except a promise upon a promise upon a promise from a person whose promises have been broken before. And that needs to be clear. So if your decision is based on that, be assured that that decision does not conform to the Florida law. Our position, as stated in our letter, and again, in an attempt to give you time to talk and not walk you through all those elements, does attempt to expedite this process and give you the pertinent attachments that we will refer to or have referred to and set forth for this record the concerns and legal objections that expose why this application is flawed and therefore should be denied as a matter of law. One such piece of evidence in your package, and I hope you take the time to look at it carefully, is a report prepared for the applicant in 2003 by Miami Economics Associates, Inc., Mr. Dolkart, who in his analysis indicates, and I quote, MEIA, the firm, strongly believes that Homestead's Park of Commerce should continue to be dedicated to the development of business park because residential use of the property, either all or in part, would be adverse to the economic and fiscal well-being of the city of Homestead, as well as to the quality of life of its residents. We base these conclusions on a series of key findings, among which, and I just highlight one, you can see it as part of the attachment, and this is competent evidence because it's an expert testimony, not my opinion or anybody else's. Development of residential units on all or part of the Park of Commerce property would exacerbate the heavy demands placed on parks, schools by the South County's exploding population while not providing adequate funding to mitigate those impacts. Development of the business park space would generate a considerable greater, more than 1.75 times the amount of ad valorem revenue to a per acre basis than residential development to the Park of Commerce property would. And I conclude, development of the business park space on the Park of Commerce property would provide the city of Homestead with more revenues on a per acre basis from occupational license fees, franchise fees, and utility taxes than residential development would. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, council members, I hope that you will seriously consider our position, evaluate this application carefully, and understand that the parameters of law do apply to both of us, and we are hopeful that you will consider our arguments tonight and either reject this item outright, or maybe provide both of us an opportunity to sit down and talk through for any future opportunities to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maldonado?
Question for George, Ms. Lopez. And then yourself as well as the chief. The only time in the operation during the year that these roads are impacted for the race weekend, other than the race weekend, are the roads ever closed for any day of the year besides the 3 days of the races?
My understanding is the roads are never closed, but I mean, you've been to the Speedway. Throughout the year, over 326 activities on weekends and weekdays. There's often heavy traffic to bring in loads, not only the cars, but also setup equipment in the facility and in the surrounding areas. Today, we were out there, unfortunately for the rain, we would have had race karting with a number of vehicles coming in and out, obviously creating noise, creating impacts. So the roads element, yes. The peak impact is race weekend, but it is throughout the year, and that's very well documented. Your Public Works Department and the chief, I'm sure, has all that information.
Okay, and next question I have is in regards to, I know that there was a mention that we didn't have a study, that no study was provided by whether staff or the applicant, and then I'm wondering, do you have a study to present to us, a study, not this is what I believe is going to impact us, but an actual study that's going to...
To rebut what the applicant's going to do?
Yeah.
No. We have a study that we provide the city when we came before the city for our entitlements to our 120 acres. You may remember that. And we refresh our flow plans with the city, Public Works Department, the chief, of course.
And just at that same time, I recall that they were also there as an applicant and getting their approval for the 189 units in the mixed unit. And so I would assume then whatever was happening at that point with their project as well as yours and the study that went on, there was no impact.
Right, and if you didn't change anything, if you said, no, thank you, go build what you've got entitlements for, you could do it.
Okay, yeah, because...
So, I mean, to suggest that this is not an additional use when you're adding single family to the DRI under the mixed use definition is obviously not accurate, to say the least. Those impacts, now, one element, and you'll see a reference in our letter, is the connection that the state has, or the responsibility the state has. The state did provide you with correspondence concluding there is no substantial deviation on an application that has changed. Tonight it changed 6, 7 times. On the 20th, it changed another 8 times, and in January, from January to now, has changed at least almost 20 times. So I'm not sure you can rely on that. There, the state could have come back and said, especially the Department of Transportation, because of the turnpike and all those other access points, could have come back and said, city, you need to have an updated transportation plan. You need to update your traffic study. But of course, that was not forthcoming. That's an issue we've obviously taken up and will pursue.
But their final answer, that one that you received last, was that with the NOPC, that they were okay with, they were okay with approval that we have before us, because there was no
If you read the letter accurately, and we've actually asked for some public records with regards to how that letter actually came to be to the city, but as it relates to the application that was transmitted to them, yeah, that was their determination. The application that you saw on April 20th that you voted on first reading, state's never seen that, And this application in particular, heck, it was only available to us Friday after 8 o'clock.
Right.
So I don't believe that they've seen that either.
In regards to that, and that's kind of, one of the questions that I had was that, are we deviating much in what was approved already with the NOPC? I
Yeah,
mean,
no, sir, the state wrote back, FDOT wrote back a letter saying that they found that there was no substantial deviation from what was approved and there was no need to do any further analysis.
and then what was approved at that time was, again, to add, so an approval was everything that's there, the single-family homes, even throughout the whole mixed-use area, so that was all approved.
No, sir, they referring back to the difference between what was presented in this NOPC and what was approved in the 2012 NOPC. And the state's finding was there was no substantial deviation, basically no substantive change from the uses that, the impact of the uses that were there in the previous iteration to this proposal. Therefore, no need to do any further analysis.
And in this proposal, the single-family unit was added on there again? I'm going to
Well,
ask you a question.
I mean, they reviewed that and it's less because there's only, it's half the units and they're single family. So it's less traffic. In
So
this,
even below what they're already approved?
would be below what they were doing. So again, the FDOT opined that there was no need to study it any further.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just ask Mr. Cordino. Now, Mr. Cordino, are you really referring to the letter in January from the department, or is there
The
been
letter
any
from
subsequent
the
letters?
letter from the department.
When was that?
I don't know.
You-
I don't have it on me.
You don't
Somebody
have it?
have it?
Is it part of the record?
January 20, yeah, it's part of the record.
So my point is, that's great. That was true in January. This is May 18th, and there's been substantial changes to this application. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lopez, I just have a question for you. You know, up here, we're colleagues, and we have differences of opinion, but me, I feel as if we're family. And I think it's very disrespectful, the tone in which you spoke to Councilman Roth. And I've had very positive interactions with you, and I'm just really taken aback by your demeanor. And to me, I can't speak for anyone else, but you've come off as very threatening. And you made a comment that you're going to hold us responsible for anything that impacts your operations. What does that mean?
Well, Vice Mayor,
You're going to lawsuit? What does that mean?
I'm sorry that my... Wow. But I have to be honest with you, only my mother and my wife really matter to me and how my demeanor in that category.
So we don't matter.
Well, you matter, but you matter in the context in which the decision's being made. My tone shouldn't influence you. In fact, that's what the law says. It should be what's the evidence before
Just
you.
a level of respect and professionalism.
And I think that's a mutual thing, and we're working to get that from you and others. So as it relates to responsibility, Madam Vice Chair, there are agreements. Our agreement with the city, our lease and our operating agreement do dictate certain conduct by both parties. We try to live up to our obligations. This is your land. The Speedway is on your land. We believe that you have certain obligations under Florida law, good faith responsibilities to cooperate with us and to look out for your interests. And the fact that this application has moved forward the way that it has clearly indicates that there may be a deviation from that. So it's our obligation to put you on notice that you should look at that carefully.
Well, I'm just saying that presentation is everything, and it's not so much what you say, it's how you say it. And you've come off as very threatening, and I'm just saying that I'm taken aback by that. But I understand, I don't matter, only your wife and your mother.
Okay, hold on. Is that all, Vice Mayor?
Yes, no, that's not all. For Mr. Lopez, yes.
Thank you very
so
much.
I respect your honesty.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Mayor, I just have a question for you. Can you support the 91 homes on the Solera site?
I'll support the amended version, but not the original version, because the original version gives, we have to design a single-family component into all of that candy stripe area, unless we find some way to restrict the ability to put single-family, multifamily, there's got to be, we've got to work on that, because there's clearly going to be a problem for me. I thought that we had gotten to a point where we got everybody mad, but everybody got a little bit of something. But at the end of the day, we couldn't secure the golf course. That was the disappointing part for me. So it's a little disturbing that the track is taking the position that it's got to go back to no single family, because that is a problem, because we need single family out there in that, in the area which is west of Kingman. Again, this whole concept of multifamily and everybody's opinion of multifamily may fit better in the Solera property. And that's from conversations with people from the MAC, people from the track. Just a lot of different people have concerns. Some of the businesses have concerns out there about that as well. So it's just we're back to the all or nothing concept, where I thought we'd gotten to the point where we may be able to find middle ground.
But,
and unfortunately, the vote falls on my shoulders.
but Mayor, just a follow-up question. The amended application calls for no single family on the Solera site.
No single family in
So you're
Solera.
saying that you don't support single family on the Solera site?
That's right. I support single family across the street.
But you
the
do-
track does not support single family across the street on the West Kingman side.
But you do understand that if the single family goes across the street, that it's going to delay the rehabilitation of the golf course. You understand that?
Assuming that is the truth, I'm not 100% sure that that's going to be the deciding factor. Because at the end of the day, if you started building tomorrow on the Solera property, when does the revenue start coming in to the owner of the property? Is it a year and a half? Do they have to sell? Do they have to join?
No, from what I understand, no.
Well,
But they're here, ask them.
Well, there's a lack of clarity. But when you get finished, then I got Mr. Shelley to ask a
Yeah.
question.
Yeah,
so-
that's all. That's all for
Okay.
now.
We'll continue the conversation. Mr. Shelley?
Thank you, Mayor. I just kind of want to reset the deck a little bit, because somehow tonight became all about two parties, two stakeholders in the city arguing things back and forth. And all of our questions now have started originating over what the track wants versus what the other stakeholder wants. And I don't know quite how we got there, because yes, they're all important stakeholders in our community, and they all have their opinion on why they think this should go through or not go through. But at the end of the day, what we should be discussing is that the DRI and changes the DRI, they're long-term planning principles. They set forth what this city is going to look like years from now, not just for one project, but for many projects across a very long-term duration. Now, yes, it gets changes. It's a flowing document that changes from here to there. But at the end of the day, the decision today shouldn't be about whether we're choosing sides over one stakeholder or another, because I don't think that's what we should be making our decision on. I think that we should be making our decision on the core issues, which is, what do we see the city looking like, and what issues do we want to have in that planning document? And you can't do that based on the fact that there's some promise out there that a golf course would result if one issue, one small item out of the entire plan is brought to fruition. Because at the end of the day, by no fault of anybody's, that golf course may not come into existence. No matter how much that developer wants to build it, there are factors that could come into play that may prevent that from happening. And so to make decisions that could affect our long-term planning over years for one single project that may or may not occur, that there's no guarantee of, is problematic for me. So I have to separate that in my head and say that I'm looking at this in a vacuum as if a golf course may or may not occur, and make those decisions on the long-term planning principles. And whatever this council decides, I'm going to be okay with. But as long as it's made on those long-term planning principles and not because of one stakeholder over another, because I don't think that's where this decision should be made today. I think it should be based on the core issues. And I just wanted to kind of reset the table and say that that's really what we need to be talking about. What are the terms that we all can or cannot live with, so that we have the rules going forward. And again, for me, it comes back to trying to keep us as policymakers having as much say in the process over the long term as possible. And it's that independent concept for the mixed-use definition is still the biggest issue for most all of us. And it hasn't really even been discussed tonight because we've been sidetracked on this one versus another. So I just wanted to kind of reset that.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Shelley, because as I alluded to earlier, with so many changes happening in this DRI throughout the years, our plan for our side of the city, the east side of the city, is not what it was, and nobody has a plan over there. What we have is a hodgepodge of projects that happen at the whim of a developer or at the whim of a commercial person coming in there. We have no plan. And by allowing what's asked for tonight, it just pushes that down the road to where the plan even gets worse because we have no control of it once it leaves our hands tonight of what's going to be built and what's in what section. So thank you for bringing that back up because that is, to me, the core problem with this application. But I got a quick question for Mr. Cordino. At one time, I think you told me that even if we pass this tonight, it has to go back to the state for an approval of some sort?
Yes, sir, because it's changed, I believe that it's got to go back to the state. They're going to review it again and make sure that it still conforms with all of their reviews, and then they'll get back to us.
So regardless of what we voted tonight, the state could come back and tell us no? With their review, or how does that work?
It'll be transmitted, if the item is approved this evening, it'll be transmitted to the Department of Economic Opportunity, who will then have the opportunity to appeal that decision if they so chose. That's how it would work.
Okay.
And if they chose not to appeal it, then potentially the order would become effective. If they appealed it, then you'd be in an appeal process.
Thank you. Thank you for clarification.
Mr. Maldonado?
Mr. Cordino, I hear what Councilman Shelley is talking about and where we're trying to set the tone or, and what happens in the DRI. I guess my question is, how many other developers are in the DRI that have the ability to still develop? Is that information available to us?
I don't know if I have the answer to that question. This is the only one we're dealing with right now.
And so any other developer will kind of have, come in and go through the same process?
Well, anybody that wanted to change the DRI would have to go, any changes would have to go through the same process. So anybody that wanted to change the colors on the map, basically, or what goes into the colors would go through the same exact process.
I'd like to see the number of developers, the property that we still have over there to kind of, keep that in the back of our heads as we continue to move forward.
Well, I think basically all of the land you see on the aerial that's not developed is developable. And all of the land that is developable is allowed to develop at the quantities listed in the current DRI, which the latest time it was amended was 2012.
I kind of feel like we did get, again, to Councilman Shelley's point, we did get mixed use because mixed use is defined by many factors. It's not, a 10%, 15% business or commercial and the rest residential, and that could be moved. It could be lateral. It doesn't have to be on top. Am I correct with that, Mr. Cordino? I mean, it could be a lateral.
In terms of mixed use, it's the way it's structured. It can be vertical, meaning that you'd have commercial on the bottom and residential on the top, or residential on the bottom, commercial on the top, or it can be horizontal, which means that you have commercial and residential spread throughout an individual site.
And so we did pretty much meet that in putting the commercial properties, on Campbell. So technically, we've met that mixed use with a good percentage, I might say.
What this proposal does is guarantee that of all the acreage of land that is mixed use, 25% of it will be commercial. So it meets the threshold that we were talking about in the last council.
We've met the criteria of mixed use, and so we met the criteria of mixed use, and so I think that if we allowed the homes in the Solar area, that we'd still meet the mixed use, and we would be under the 189 units that are proposed still by less.
Yeah, if you wanted to change what we're saying here and say single-family homes in Solar,
Yeah.
you would, that being the change, you would still have mixed use on 3 parcels at 100%. Supposing you would keep the 25% threshold that they would agree to. But yes, you would have like 91 homes instead of 189 units on the Solaris site.
You know, I guess that's where I leave my point, where I feel, I mean, I appreciate Mayor, I think, and what you did in taking charge and getting into discussion and trying to hammer out something, but I kind of felt like I was left out in the sense of, you know, I'd like those, the quality homes, lesser homes, as opposed to 189 units townhomes within an area is something, that's where I stand, and I don't feel like, you know, my part was in there in this. And I guess, I know it was a tough decision and you did what you had to do, but I didn't feel comfortable with that. I think everything else worked out fine, and I think this is what we're talking about. We got the definition of mixed use where we have a good percentage of commercial that's going to happen and the rest is going to be residential, that mixed use. It doesn't have to be defined where, you know, exactly, you know, it has to be a vertical. It could be, you know, so we've met that mixed use, and that's the point I want to get across. So I'm comfortable with how you work that out. The only thing I'm not comfortable is with the 189 townhomes within that area. I'd want lesser and more lesser units and better quality homes. That's how I'd feel.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roth.
Yeah, getting back to what Councilman Shelley was saying, my biggest problem with this on the first reading was the fact that we were pretty much giving up our rights to control where stuff could go by putting that word independent in there. I think that's been addressed by some of the things that have happened tonight and I guess during the week with the covenants put in for commercial growth or development in those areas. And I kind of think, with John's concern, this is kind of like a master plan for the area now. We know where commercial is going to go. We know where, the only thing we don't know is what the division of single family or multifamily is going to be. But I think in those sectors, and Joe, if I'm wrong, tell me, that's controlled by the number of units that are allowed in those areas. Is that correct?
Say that again?
The amount of units that can go in those certain sectors, I think it was 10 and 11, that are on the west side of Kingman, is guided by what's already approved to be built in there as far as the number of units.
Correct. That's already prescribed in the DRI, and those numbers are not changing.
Right. So there's only going to be a certain amount of multifamily that could go in there, or townhouse or condo, because the numbers will add up too quickly, and they would have to put single family in those areas because of the control of the DRI.
Correct. As they begin to develop and they start to put units on, every unit they put in there subtracts from the category of unit they're putting in, and eventually they'll either run out and have to move to something else, or, you know, maintain a balance.
Right, or they can move stuff around like kind of what they're doing right now.
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's really all I had.
That's it. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino, how many townhomes would that equal on the west side of Kingman at a maximum density?
Right now, they are allowed 1,474 dwelling units that could be mixed in between single-family townhomes and multifamily in Sector 10, plus a mixed use of 71 acres that could be single-family townhomes and multifamily. So I believe that the guiding number is 1,474.
Thank you.
But Joe, there's no single family in Sector 10. And I mean, there is, but not in the candy striped area that we're talking about, the mixed use area.
Correct. It wouldn't be single family unless you added it in through this definitional change.
Right. So all that candy stripe area right now can only be built in commercial or townhomes.
And multifamily, correct.
Or multifamily, yeah.
That was the reason for the definition change, adding single family. That's the only place in the candy cane striped area total that we would allow single family. So west of Kingman.
So unless we can find some way to carve in single family, and if the key word in this conversation is, independent of what happens in the Solera property, if the key word is the independent question, to get everybody, or get some people happy with what's the disadvantage to having, I mean, I know what the disadvantage is. If we go with single-family, multifamily townhome by percentages, how's that going to affect the way the property shapes out? Because your townhomes wouldn't have to have commercial underneath them, correct?
If you were to go with the current definition,
Just add in single-family.
then you would be able, without the word independent, you would have to build one of the residential types with commercial. Right now, it's undefined how much commercial you would have in that, and you would review that at the site planning stage and make an evaluation and a decision at that point.
If there was a 21-acre plot that got developed and it was under the current rule with single-family added in to the description, each one of those developments would have to have some component or 25% component of commercial.
No,
Or
well, if you wanted to maintain that provision that's in this proposal, we're saying that the Candy Cape striped areas in total in the DRI would have 25% commercial. And so I don't believe there's that in areas 10 and 11 that we're dealing with where we're contemplating the residential uses, that we've specified any set amount in there, because the concept is the whole Candy Cane area would have 25% commercial.
Right.
So if he's not meeting the 25% with the development elsewhere, it would require a commercial component. If he is, it wouldn't require a commercial
Right,
component.
and the point that I think I'm trying to get at is if we don't get a single-family component carved in some way, somehow, into the mixed-use concept that we have in this DRI right here, right in front of us, all of that's going to have to be something that's not single-family.
Correct.
We're back and forth, just round and round we go.
So how about we add single family back in it?
The question is, if there's, look, I supported putting the single family in. I supported putting the single family in on the Kingman side. I supported not single family on the Solera side. Unfortunately, at the last meeting, the vote that made the difference was mine. And so I may be in the same position and I may not be. I don't know. We'll have to find that out. Somebody make a motion. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor?
I requested to speak.
Vice Mayor?
I propose that we put the single family back in the designation. That's my motion.
Designation of single-family description
Yes.
with the word independent? That's what's asked for, is single-family, multifamily, townhome, and commercial independent, correct? You go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We agree. We should, with the Vice Mayor's suggestion, we'll keep our covenant in place. There would be no single-family on the east side on the Solera site, but the mixed-use category would allow single-family on the west side of Kingman. I think that's what Vice Mayor Fairclough is suggesting, correct?
I was suggesting or having the ability to place single family back on the Solera site.
Oh.
So that we can move this golf
That's
course.
our original application. We
So
certainly.
that we can move this golf course forward and not be further delayed. That's what I'm proposing. Now, if I get a second, I don't know, but I'm putting it out there. That's my motion.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mayor.
We just want to make sure we.
Hold on. Mr. Weiss?
Just, Clerk, has there been a motion and a second on the ordinance itself?
No, sir.
There is not, okay. In order for the amendment to be appropriate, the first thing we need to do is have a motion and a second on the ordinance itself, which is the item in your agenda package, and then the Vice Mayor's motion to amend the ordinance would be in order. So if we could have a motion and a second on the ordinance itself.
Okay, the motion on the ordinance by Mr. Maldonado, seconded by Mr. Roth, and this is the proposal that's in front of us now. with the modifications.
Now what we need to do is the vice mayor has an amendment to the ordinance to include some additional language.
Okay, so your amendment is to add back in single-family into the Solara property, and Mr. Maldonado seconded that. Okay, so Richard, walk me through now.
So that's going to require us to modify the ordinance. Give us a minute till we make sure we do it exactly right, because obviously.
Assuming that the second modification even passes, the first one has to pass to get to the amendment, right?
No, the amendment is voted on
Amendment will be
first.
first, okay, yeah.
And then the ordinance would be as it stands or as amended. So just give us a moment. Mayor, can I make a suggestion? If you don't mind, give us a little bit of time, maybe do your council reports. I know that there was an appointment to subcommittees. That would give us a little bit of time to do this properly.
So you want us to move off this item and go to some of the council? Okay, you'll tell us when you're done, as quickly as you're done. Vice Mayor, you had a education committee membership question. Can we go to that? Tab 14. 14. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. For tab 14, it was just a request to increase the membership for the Education Advisory Board from 7 to 15. With all the schools in our community and the great need that it's going to require to support those schools. We've been having some challenges with meeting all of the needs and the requests for the particular schools. And as the liaison from council to this committee, I'm respectfully asking my colleagues to support me in this membership increase from 7 to 15 so that we can have a better impact on the schools within the city of Homestead.
Is there a motion on the request? Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Roth, did you have anything that you wanted to say under your business?
Yeah, I do, actually. Since we're doing business, I'll let you get out of here, right? Under business. Am I supposed to put it up? Am I supposed to give it to people? I don't know if I'm supposed to do anymore.
Your mic's on.
My mic's on? Okay. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess this is our personal business now. I just want to announce that there's a gun buyback event hosted by the City of Refuge Church coming up June 11th at Harris Field FOP Lodge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And our community partners and sponsors are, I wasn't prepared for this one. Here it is. City of Homestead, obviously. The State Attorney's Office, Commissioner Dennis Moss's office, Danielle Levine Cava's office, Miami-Dade County Police Department, the City of Homestead Police Department, South Dade News Leader, and Homestead Hospital. Thank you guys for your community supporters. We're trying to buy back guns and make our city streets safer for our children. I'll reserve this next one for next month.
Mr. Mayor, what I would suggest to save time is for you to vote on the amendment, and then if it passes, have James read into the record the changes that we need to make because there's some substantial changes. But if the amendment doesn't pass, obviously we don't need to do that.
And that amendment is to add back in single family into the Solara location, correct?
Right.
Go ahead.
That would also include the Air Force Base's declaration of restrictions.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Councilman Burgess? No. Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilman Shelley? No. Vice Mayor Fairclough?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay, so now you're back to a vote on the ordinance as it is in your book, with the addition of the covenant from the Air Force Base.
Which that motion is what Mr. Cordino spoke of earlier with the covenants as was presented.
Everything we presented.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we are going to,
You go. You go.
come back to Mr. Williams. Mr. Maldonado's left. Mr. Shelley, did you have any news, any business? It's 10:21. Is there a motion to extend the meeting for 15 minutes? Who's there, second? Second. All in favor? Motion carries. Mr. Williams, you have any business tonight?
Yeah. Welcome back. Where's that nap?
Yeah.
I'm out of here. Oh, Mr. Williams?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is,
Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask, if you're gonna, could you please go out so we could just finish up? We just got a few minutes and we're gonna be finished.
yeah, Mayor, I just want to, maybe this is for the city manager. Just a few things that I have kind of noticed. I would like to see if I can get some resolve with it. One being perhaps some kind of phone down here. So, so if we have staff upstairs to try and, if we need them, to try and have availability to talk with them upstairs if that is possible. Then the other issue that I have as it relates to Main Street, I was contacted relative about, and I've addressed this concern. Mr. Mayor, if you can ask if they can continue their conversation, because I don't,
Hey, Chief.
I have a hard time
Chief.
trying to think here.
Chief, can you get everybody to walk out, please? Thank you. Thank you.
So my issue with Main Street is I don't know how that is managed. I know I paid out of the general fund. I talked with you about this a couple of nights ago, George. And perhaps some of the disrespect from me personally, from the director of Main Street, that needs to be addressed as it relates to things that she does and say. And if we're going to be paying her from out of the council, out of the general fund, then there ought to be some accountability and respect level both ways that is respected. And I find at times she can be very disrespectful and things that she say in some of her condescending comments. I wish she was here tonight. I would address it to her publicly. But I think that that was, I don't know, how is her contract looked at, and who monitors that, and how are we quantifying the work ethic that she puts into it? Because I'm having some difficulties in even some of the treatment, and I don't know both sides of the story, but even the treatment of some of the downtown merchants that's there, and being inclusiveness of it. And so I don't know how that dialogue needs to be handled, or what preview that follow on under as it relates to performance and being inclusive. And because if we're going to bring people together, it's got to start with a behavior inclusivity that is respected for one another.
I mean, I'd be happy to ask her to join us in the meeting. We would sit down with her and have discuss your concerns with her, if that's what you'd like.
Yeah, if I didn't know. So how's her contract structured? Who monitors that too, of compliances and things that she supports and don't support? How is that, the autonomy of that as relates to what the general fund pays her as a consultant to do? Or is she a consultant? I forget, I don't have the contract in front of me.
Stephen?
There we go. Councilman, the Main Street receives, it's paid quarterly, and we receive, per the council directives, we receive quarterly reports from Main Street as to what activities they have engaged in the previous quarter, and then we disperse the check to them. There is, of course, the agreement which spells out what the expectations are at the start of the year. Now, as far as individual interactions with business owners, we don't go down that far. We expect Main Street to maintain good relationships with all of the businesses.
If they're asking to be a part of such organization through whatever method of payments or what have you, or being associated with that, and as a consultant for the city, is that not, I mean, as a conflict of roles and responsibilities to be inclusive to everybody, whether race to building, gender, ethnicity?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we would expect, as I said, we would expect Main Street to be inclusive to all downtown organizations that are covered under their auspices.
Well, I believe that there needs to be some kind of meeting, George, with those members who are on Main Street and the director of such, to see if we can find some, be civil to one another as it relates to respect and relate to what the process is, what we're all trying to, I think, trying to accomplish with Main Street. But to leave people out, and like I said, I don't know the entire story, but I'm looking to have that conversation. But my personal experience with her has not been a great experience at all. She's very condescending, and so that's something I don't personally appreciate, and I go on record with that. And so I don't know how we deal with that as a contractor.
We'll be happy to get the meeting set up, and we'll work through your office to get some dates.
How soon could that, because I don't need that resting on me.
I'll be, we have the conference, and then I'll be gone for 2 weeks, so if you need me, then it'd have to be after I come back. If I can have an assistant city manager and Steve Scott be there if you wanted to do it sooner.
Okay, all right. If we can, just hurry up with it so we can get it out
Sure.
to the way, because I have no idea of how they quantify for performance, and that is it just putting on an event. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how you all do that, but I think it needs to be looked at to making sure that it's fair. The other issue that I have or like to raise is the inclusiveness of this collegiate body. I think that we all have disagreements, and we're very respectful to one another. And I just believe that as time goes on, I think we're doing a great job as a city. And as we continue to progress, I think that that our conversation, I'm trying to get on the agenda as it relates to the Southwest Master Plan, and trying to really see where we are with that individually. I have asked for a sunshine meeting with the mayor, and hopefully his office will get back with me so that we can have a sunshine meeting of what the mayor's thoughts are, and so that we can be on the same page. Because as many of us all know, that we're trying to move the city in one direction, one ship, and I think that we just need to be on the same page so that we're not being divisive with one another, and to bring the cohesiveness back to the council, not that it ever left, but to make sure. Then my other issue is with, and I talked with Mr. Amarato about this earlier today as it relates to development services, is with the fee structure of what we ask persons when they come in, if they're doing a zoning change or what have you, how is that calculated? How is that done? How we arrive at a $8,000 cost recovery fee? And what is a report look like to me, so that I can look in detail to see how these numbers, how they come up with these numbers? Is there anything possible that we can do?
How do they come up with the numbers on a specific application or in general?
Right, with the cost recovery.
Yeah, I'm asking for clarification. Are you asking about the application that was at issue this afternoon, or
No,
in general?
Generally, I spoke, I guess, did you give him a report of what, obviously, you did, but I don't know what he left out or left in. What I'm saying, and I told him overall, when an applicant comes in and they checking all these boxes, how do they come up with an $8,000 cost
Joe?
recovery fee?
Sure, Joe, go ahead.
The cost recovery is based on the historic averages that are charged on application types that we do. So we try to, the costs for those are relatively consistent over the years since 2011. The ordinance says that we are to collect money up front and then ask for more money if they run out of money, and if not, if they run out of money and the application is over, then we send out an invoice. We try to make sure that we collect the bulk of it up front, so we don't end up chasing people around for money. At one point, we were owed, I think, $600,000. So we're trying to collect it all up front, so we'd have to do the invoices. But those are based on the averages for the applications.
Okay. Okay, and that depends on what the intensity of the application is? Or is it just an overall general?
No, the intensity.
Blanket $8,000?
No, the intensity of the application, because each of the applications types would be different. So site plans are different than zoning changes, are different than special exceptions and such.
All right, my next issue is the towing companies that within city. If there's a towing company and they're a business, do they have to register with us in order to operate as a towing company here?
I believe that any business that's doing business inside the city of Homestead or with an office in Homestead gets a business tax receipt.
So if a tow company that is outside, let's say in Leisure City, and they are towing cars in Homestead, are they legally able to do that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So how is it that if they don't have a principal office here, they can just come throughout Miami-Dade County and just tow your car away in our city without any?
Yeah, yes, sir. I believe that's so.
Is there anywhere particularly that
We'd be, Councilman Williams.
Mic off. No, thank you. Did you say it's a reason for that? All right, John, don't get me started on you now. All right.
Yes, sir. We'll look into it and with the attorneys and get back to you very shortly on what the rules are. And what latitude we have.
The reason why I say that is because there seems to be a plethora of towing companies that come in. I guess they have this coexisting with the owner of the property to come in, tow cars, and have no idea at some point of where their geographical area of parking and all of that. And I think perhaps maybe the council could agree, hopefully, that we need to really look into that because I think these towing companies are really gouging our citizens and they're really not being, they're about making money, but at the same time, I think we ought to have some kind of regulation on who can come in and tow and who can't. And if that will be something that this collegiate body will be able to go forward with to bring back some kind of report.
We'll look into it.
Okay, all right. I think that's it. That's all. That's what I've been waiting around for. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Is there proper signage and all, Jenny, where these people are going, or do you think there's a whole problem issue there that's?
Yeah, I think it's a whole problem issue. It could be signage, but it could not be visible. It can be, oh, we had it on the wall in the back somewhere.
Yeah.
And those are kind of games that they play. And so I just think it's not been looked at. I think there are a lot of victims out there who can't, once they tow
They
your
get them in
car.
our neighborhood too.
Yeah, and so I think that we ought to be able to have some kind of regulation on who comes to tow, and it should be very minimum of what they can come.
I agree.
Or they need to pay up to have a license to do that, however, but hopefully they can come back with some kind of report. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A couple quick things. Mr. Brea, several months ago, we had a young man came that spoke about the trolleys, and we had asked you to take a look at them, and I know that we've been busy as a city as a whole, and the reminder to me was, again, was tonight with the contracts. Have we been able to take a look and see of this gentleman's concerns, were able to rectify the situation or some way to help with what these people were suffering through? Hold on, she's got to turn you on. You turned them off.
The ones, okay. All right. Yes, we've actually compiled information regarding those particular stops and along with all the other stops in the area. We're planning to bring that at the next council meeting for everybody to look at. However, we did find that people are still using those, the ones that were in question, that supposedly nobody's using them. There is a certain amount of riders that are using it, and the fear is you take something away from somebody that's already used to using a particular stop, it might become a problem. But we'll bring the numbers in so you can take a look at them and make a decision whether or not we want to move another, move in a certain direction or not.
I was just following up with that young man that approached me and the vice mayor, and then he showed up here. So I was just trying to make sure we had followed up on his concerns and requests. So thank you.
Correct, and we did do that.
This weekend, I don't know how many of you experienced a power outage on Sunday, but I did. And I've spoken with Mr. Gretzis about it, but in case, it took me 29 minutes to get through to give them my address of where the outage was. So we're going to work, hopefully, with our telecom company and get that down to a minimal time instead of 29 minutes. I understand it was some unforeseen circumstances at their end or whatever, but hopefully we can have better customer service to everybody in the city when we have an issue like that.
Yeah, the issue was, Rick, how many was it? 700 and?
Yeah. Well, the heat game was on.
600 calls in 45 minutes. So,
Yeah.
that
Right.
was the issue.
Right. So anyway,
And if I'm guessing if the game wasn't on, we probably wouldn't have gotten
probably
as
would
many
have never
calls.
had a call. And then my last thing is, once again, advertising myself and Commissioner Cava this weekend on Saturday from 10 to 2 at Harris Field. We'll be having the Homestead Dogs of Summer Adoption and Training Expo for anybody to come out. It's free to the public, so come on out. Maybe you'll find your best friend. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Burgess. There be no more reports. We have already addressed tab 14. Moving along, under the mayor's business, there are some appointments to the Education Advisory Committee. Ms. Singh, Mr. Wamble, Ms. Berkey, chairperson, and appointment to the Tourism Advisory Committee.
Move it.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes, any opposed? And the ayes carry. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
I didn't say all in favor. Let me do this now. All in favor?
Some other night.